My dear brothers and sisters, fellow patriots, and committed members of indigenous people of Biafra worldwide, it is with profound humility, a deep sense of responsibility and unwavering loyalty that I accept this sacred mandate bestowed upon me by Supreme Leader Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to serve as head of the fourth administration of Directorate of States of the indigenous people of Biafra. I accept this responsibility, fully conscious of the enormous sacrifices that have brought us to this moment, and mindful of the expectations of millions of Biafrans at home and abroad who look to IPOB as the foremost vehicle for peaceful realization of their inalienable right to self-determination. First and foremost, I pay tribute to our Supreme Leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Though through years of persecutions, incarcerations, extraordinary renditions, and relentless pressures, he has remained steadfast in his conviction. He has neither compromised nor capitulated. His courage, his resilience, and unwavering commitment to the cause of Biafra continue to inspire millions across the world. On behalf of the global family of IPOB, I express our deepest gratitude to Onyendu, to all of those languishing in various prisons because of this cause, and to heroes who paid the supreme price in this sacred mission. Their sacrifice, courage, and unwavering commitment shall never be forgotten. History will record that when many faltered, he stood firm. When others doubted, he remained resolute. And when adversity came, he refused to surrender. The fourth administration of Directorate of States shall dedicate itself to urgent priorities entrusted to us by our leader and by our people. Our first and foremost immediate priorities remains the unconditional release of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and all Biafran prisoners of conscience who are detained solely because of their beliefs, advocacy, or association with the cause of Biafra. Secondly, we shall intensify our diplomatic engagements across the international community, particularly in the United States of America, Europe, and Israel. Where dedicated teams continue to work tirelessly to advance awareness of the Biafran question and to ensure support for justice, freedom, and self-determination. Thirdly, we reaffirm our commitment to the security and survival of our people. The indigenous people of Biafra cannot stand idly by while communities face growing insecurity. We shall continue to support all lawful effort aimed at protecting our ancestral homeland and ensuring that the tragedies witnessed elsewhere are never allowed to consume the land of our fathers. The most difficult challenge we have faced during the years of our leaders' incarceration has been the battle for public understanding. While we remain focused on the pursuit of justice and self-determination, hostile actors successfully propagated the false narrative that IPOB and the Eastern Security Network are connected to insecurity in our homeland. This deliberate misinformation campaign has done immense damage to public perceptions and has distracted attention from the real security threats confronting our people. One of the central missions of this administration shall therefore be to reclaim the narrative through facts, evidence, engagement, and consistent public advocacy. We shall devote significant time, energy, and resources to ensuring that our people and the wider world understand who we are, what we stand for, and why IPOB remains committed to peaceful self-determination, justice, and the protection of our ancestral homeland. As we embark upon this new chapter, we must also renew our commitment to discipline, unity, intellectual engagement. The time for internal distractions, needless controversies, and destructive divisions is over. The future we seek cannot be built through bitterness of personal attack. We shall engage every argument with reason, every challenges with facts, and every adversary with superior ideas and principled convictions. IPOB must always remain a movement distinguished not merely by passion, but by clarity of purpose, moral courage, and intellectual strength. We also welcome the growing conversation regarding the future of Igbo and the political destiny of our people. In this regard, we take up the challenge recently articulated by Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo. IPOB shall remain at the forefront of any sincere and globally credible dialogue concerning the aspiration of Igbo. We reaffirm our long-standing positions that a referendum remains the most democratic, peaceful, and internationally recognized mechanism through which the people can freely determine their political future. IPOB is not a movement of chaos. IPOB is a movement founded upon principles, ideas, justice, and peaceful self-determination. We believe that the freedom of Biafra represents not merely the liberation of one people, but advancement of freedom, dignity, and justice for all indigenous peoples trapped within the contradiction of the present Nigerian state. Freedom for Biafra is freedom for all. The complete composition of the fourth administration of the Directorate of State shall be formally unveiled in the upcoming days through Biafran Radio and other official IPOB communication platforms.
Thank you, Biafrans. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Please, as you are joining the broadcast, please share it and invite everyone to join, because today's broadcast will be very, very special, and it will be well loaded. And before I proceed, let me kene Chukwu okike abịa ma onye pụrụ ime ihe niile. Okike kere ụwa, onye mee anyị ji wee dị ndụ ruo n'ụbọchị nke tata. Ekene m gị, kene gị n'ogologo ndụ na arụsị ike inyere anyị, kene gị n'isi Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, kenekwanụ gị na ndụ ọ dị n'ụbọchị nke tata, kenekwanụ gị na amamihe inye Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, kenekwanụ gị na oniji wee dokwa ebe o wee dị ndụ wee na-eme gba mbọ ka anyị wee nwee ike inwere onwe anyị. Wee sị na anyị na-ekene gị ụbọchị nke tata, ka ị nara ekene na otito. Ise. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, My name is MAP Eziokubundo 1. And in today's broadcast, I get me a very attractive, and it will be a conversation, discussion between Biafrans, because the main work starts now, and this we know that a day like this will come, and we are prepared for it to come. Honestly speaking, we are not taken unaware by the announcement of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because it is long overdue. So on this note, Kanjilo Hela, when the new head of Directorate of State, in the person of Mazi Chris Nwog, I salute you, Machineke. Jikwano Hela, when the new European rep, in the person of Mazi George Ume, I salute you. May Chukwu Okike be my guide and protect you all. And also the deputy European rep, one of our lioness, in the person of fearless face of Biafra, Ejiro. I salute you. And the Italian national coordinator, Mazi Romano Sogoro. I salute you for your work and for everything you have been doing. I say, may Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to strengthen you and give you, all of you, including myself, who is the new Italian PRO, Italy National PRO. I say, may Chukwu Okike Abiyama guide and protect every one of us. And we must know that call to serve is also a call to work. That we have more responsibilities than before, and we need to discharge our duties diligently, truthful and honest. That is one thing I promise. So, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, I for the shaking, the reshuffling of the third administration of DOS. It's no longer news that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have dissolved the third administration of IPOB DOS and appoint new people which they will take over immediately. So for those of you in the Yanasi, why did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu expel or sack the entire members of DOS under chika, edoziem, and Chinasa Nworu? Why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu expel almost all of them? Now, I'm not many of you amalo the meaning of discipline and the loyalty. I get me to say all those things. Now, this IPOB is an ideology. It's a childbirth of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's a brainchild of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in as far as IPOB exists, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the alpha and omega of IPOB. The authority of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is final. Whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says automatically becomes law. You know why? Before you join IPOB, you read the terms and conditions to join IPOB. And in the terms and conditions to join IPOB, you see that the person that controlled and owned IPOB is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why when you join IPOB, before you will be fully accepted to be a member of IPOB, you will take oath. That oath that he take, oath of allegiance. The only name he got for there is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Or you say that you take this oath to pay allegiance to the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the director of Radio Biafra. And when a big Ajekatenya for chika, edoziem, or Chinasa Nworu, or any other person. And the IPOB Code of Conduct, which was drafted by the members of the Directorate of State, be very clear that the only person who has the authority to appoint or to dismiss or to suspend anyone in IPOB is only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That in the case that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not available or is not in a position to take such a decision, that anyone who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu authorized or invested that power to act on behalf of him will definitely do it. Now, in other words, for any person to be removed must be authorized by the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. And this code of conduct, Chika Edoziem is aware of it. He signed it. He took the oath to be loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that he will never insubordinate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, ihe njiwe na-akọwalụ na ihe a anyị ga-akọwa so that enwe some questions na linga n'ebe people nọ. Some people na-ajụ why Mazi ji wee na-expel all these people. Na ka nkọwalụ ni why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu njuwe sack ya the entire DOS members. The post of the head of the Directorate of State was sacked and replaced by another. The deputy head of the Directorate of State, which was also sacked and replaced. The European rep and his deputy were also sacked. And the illegal Italy national coordinator, which is Nwankpoda Kekoda, was also sacked. And the authentic and original coordinator of Italy, which is Mazi Romanus Ogoro, was reinstated fully by the authority and by the power of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who happened to be the supreme leader of IPOB. Now, just a minute, I'm coming. Now, in na all these things, there is question ikwesịrị ịjụ onwe gị. Why all these people were sacked? Or the very simple. The reason why these people were sacked is number one, they are incompetent. When I say incompetent ha na-esi isi. He nwelo anything, he nwelo the strategy, they have no balls to be in that position. They are incapacitated. Number two, they are insubordinate to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and they are sabotaging the Biafra restoration through their incompetency. Number three, since the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu up to date, the only achievement of Chika Edoziem and the rest of them is bringing division, destabilizing IPOB, making sure that IPOB members start attacking each other. IPOB medias start attacking IPOB medias. There is no more unity. IPOB one family now become IPOB fearful family. Chika Edoziem successfully planted hatred and division in IPOB. Chika Edoziem planted people to start disrespecting the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Somebody who single-handedly made Chika Edoziem who he is today. That Chika Edoziem is being heard, that Chika Edoziem is being respected as the when he was a head of the Directorate of State is because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu single-handedly picked him from a gutter. Teacher Shianya Tinyan IPOB. Without IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in position Chika Edoziem, nobody knows Chika Edoziem and nobody would know him up to today. Chika Edoziem is nobody. He is what he is today is because of IPOB. Without IPOB, Chika Edoziem is a chaff. He cannot even lead ordinary Mona, not to talk of leading anything. Now, the inability for them to unite IPOB and make sure that we have a direction is one of the reasons Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sacked them. Then number 5, for them to abandon the Biafran project and they start gossiping, start looking for power, for them to neglect the leader of indigenous people of Biafra and abandon him to his fate in the hands of the enemy is another reason. For them to constantly disobey the orders of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is another reason. So, to crown it all, the reason why these people were expelled is because they failed to carry out their duties towards Biafra restoration. They are incompetent and they are corrupt. And they don't have any strategy to restore Biafra. They are a bunch of confused elements. That is why for the past 5 good years, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped up to today. Nobody, I say nobody, can come up today to mention any reasonable or tangible achievement coming from this bunch of lunatics, bunch of failures, bunch of qualiquators. None of them, when I say nobody, please, I have not a bit of me welcome people, but I won't able to move to again no until here there or got to benga pass the mic to audience. For now, actually basic analysis. Now, for those of you, Namalo here they are not the full memo because a lot of people is saying Mazi did not suspend the DOS. I want you people to listen. Kaigwo everything. Okay, me more go move to again. I will bring you down. Now, this is a press statement coming from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Onye amagafe either Nonya a member of DOS or one of the all these people name thinking faculty. Obi nwa Asomchi Udegbula ekenekwa m gezigbote nwa Chineke kalaka. Now, I want the press statement coming from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the founder and the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. But before I will read it, Kangunu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in Kuje prison when he appointed chika, edoziem, and these members of DOS. And they failed to reject that very appointment because Namazi no Nimenga. The question to have, why had you made that very appointment accept since Haman Namazi no Nakandilo? And then the former DOS members reject that they are not they can be sacked, but chika, edoziem accepted it. Now, Ogatuzie Tonya, Obawane Kanika, and William Cholegwande Biafrans and lovers of freedom, Kunu Genti, Wuchanti Gofma, most especially Ibulo Igbo. Igbo, pay attention, listen attentively. Wuchanti Gofma Ibulo Igbo, because at this point, you need Ishim Nemalozi Ebeko. Now, the purpose of these ex or former members of DOS, they hang with mission. Their mission number 1, in collaboration with Nigeria government, is to instigate you against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Hachoka ndị Igbo fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a betrayer. Ka fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as onye ilo. Ka fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as somebody who don't want Ali Igbo to move forward. Ka fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a fraud. Ka fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a scam. Ka fuwa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as iye dia onwu obala. So that when ndị Igbo Gabia arise against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then the Nigeria government we just smoothly strike in, habata in, where she's taking a head sentence go Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to death. Before Hagabi shaking a hand sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to death, these people chọrọ instigate gị ka ọ bụrụ gị nwa ya echizi aka gị, maazị you deserve death, maazị you don't deserve to live, maazị you deserve to be kpied, maazị we must this, maazị let this happen to you. When you now have such hatred, when you now have such hatred from you against Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, then Nigeria government sentences here to death. A man with the energy, the zeal, the spirit to rise up to protect Maazị Nnamdi Kanu because you have already hated him. Then your hero, your savior, your messiah will be unalive in your present. Iju isi na-asị ga check here on the modus operandi of the Western world. Ka ha ji egbu all the African leaders actually save Africa. Let me use Muammar Gaddafi of Libya for example. Mgbe the Western world na Muammar Gaddafi is electrifying Libya. Mbu that na Muammar Gaddafi built Libya that every road we are tied, constant 24 hours electricities, and the fuel, that fuel pump cost almost nothing. With one dinar you almost fill your tank. Then every person in Libya enye official car. We go to your own car. If you want to pay, maybe you pay little or nothing. Gini ka ha mee? Ha bido pass one the Libya, the Western world go one the Libya. No nya achigunu for over 40 years. No nya o tyrant. You need change. Bring a new one. Etinye welu ho bayala. Now gini mee? Ndị Libya, out of their foolishness and their stupidity, nzuzu, they buy into that idea. They killed in. Then the West, they penetrate her in. Ogwatasu. France and NATO. Gini kahame. They come in. They help them to unalive the best president that Africa has produced for since they become an African continent. Hawajaka Habu Muammar Gaddafi. Now, when the NATO nyezile haka bombuzie Muammar Gaddafi, Gini kahame, they celebrated the falling of their hero. They now start celebrating that now Muammar Gaddafi ango. End of the day, Jenene Libya called it today. Can mengunu na nke recently na zoo. How many of you remember the time of Jonathan? Has you need the change? Even Barack Obama wife, Akalegi bring back our guests. Yes, Jonathan the weak. They removed Jonathan. Kanya need in Nigeria today. Now, can you put another instant? Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso was also unalived by the same West. What of Patrice Lumumba, Indian mean of Uganda? These people have bagging all tyrants. These people, whoa. Gini me. After Kahabul, Indian mean of Uganda, Kebu Uganda no tata. Uganda na tafufu hane shiro donimi. Okowata. Andrea Maxine. Able no mad bagote. If not, he continue on our comment like you. Amam na many of you nebrugo bathroom. Mblock wogi. Eba buleba na akpoyi. Icho ikpoyi. Iga na ebe nda achulachu. Iye dia. Iga dia eba na akpoyi. Ilu there. Ibe akwa kosi masik but cry responsible. Iyem naturally fobo all these ex-DOS members nda achulachu. Can you people ne back anyhow? No. You should cry responsible. On your that your tears are you are crying responsible. Stop crying like a fools, animals. Cry responsible because we expect this your cry, okay? Backwagi konye maife. Backwagi mature. Because we expected it. Unebido bedi bakwa. Chelonu. Very soon. Enwetu na piunu koboko onise. Now, the current president of Burkina Faso, in the person of Captain Ibrahim Traore, ha bido the same thing. If Captain Ibrahim is a tyrant leader, this and this, but Burkina Faso learned fast from what happened to Thomas Sankara. They stood for Ibrahim Traore. Now, Guinea, if Ibrahim Traore survive, now Icheke India megidi ye that very simple mission hanwe mbu instigate gike rise against your Messiah Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The moment email here, it is a free, that is inyego ha express right Igbu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And the more agagwa ga tata Igbu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tata IPOB amano 1 month enwe de ge kwete ge ikpo mad na meeting again inu nwa na aga self se mad ya bia IPOB meeting o magi mma ebe o magi mma n'onu inwa anwa nda megidi ye we eliminate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu inwa anwa we se mad na eme IPOB. That is, you know, yourself. I know here go zoom. These people choke destabilize the IPOB because IPOB one natural death. Akowago miya. The first agenda hanwebu bo. Kaha wepu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. How will you now wepu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for you to remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? You need to destroy IPOB. For you to destroy IPOB, you need to remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB. For we destroy IPOB, you need to separate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB because the taproot, the alpha and omega, the beginning and the ending of IPOB is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Hamadike Ndibo. So, Hana try every means, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the master of the game, who is the master of Israel, Hana as well as equal, Mazi have seen them. So Mazi had this grace. Mazi had the grace to repent and they go back to their duty. Keki gejikwamna for the past 5 years, a kidnap that the only thing bunin underground. What are you doing on the ground? It's on bembuze underground. The family that we don't want to be underground. We are now moving forward. You need to be on the surface of the earth. Kikulu kwanu fresh air. Kikulu mendo. Ilugulu onwe go underground. Now, ihe ni na aga ha plan nigo on how to now separate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because he pressure go Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ko give up the Biafra agitation onwele anywhere. Kwegide ge nkwa. Kwegide nkwa. Have that now you cannot move the man with material things. Now habiase with threatening. Life imprisonment did not make the man to surrender. Habiase with the death threat. Some IPOB member chene sentence go Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to death. Honestly speaking. Many of them, they Mazi have been sentenced to death because chika edoziem na agwa na actually reverse the death sentence. Not knowing most of the mama here na Ghana IPOB, I'm telling you. Now, all these are their strategies. Now, all the millions these people spend in buying all these members of former DOS members. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in one press statement and now by sack those people. Now, this sacking of this dissolving of third administration of DOS remind me one message, one broadcast Mazi Nnamdi Kanu make. Mbo say that now they meet his barrister Obate, and they bribe him with 100 million, which the man whom they meet here say no catch in a political this and this and that. Achonya Mazi we kwesi that na Nigeria chair that na hagi jinwego we go people na IPOB we destroy IPOB. Now how did they spend it to their last card because the more hand they go people, the more they will put. Once you are bought over, you will be removed. The more once they bought you over, you will be removed immediately. A wopogi with immediate alacrity. And one or two ways about it. Now, The dissolving of this third administration of DOS is a welcome development, and the way the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, we accepted it perfectly, and we are saying that it is long overdue. Now echekwana na dissolve ya there na not just never akobe. Now ka I got the press release ka I we shi there na me analyze. Now pay attention. Amam na magwagu unu their plan. Pay attention. Press statement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dissolved the third administration of Directorate of State DOS and inaugurate the fourth administration. Langfeld, Germany, 17th June 2026. You may pay attention. This is for the who are the leadership of IPOB. Pay attention, Kemal, who you are answerable to. Once your name has been mentioned as a sacked man by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are sacked. And the IPOB, as an IPOB member, under oath, in one where you did not agree with this, Malo, that you are now engaging or indulging yourself with insubordination, which is against your oath. Now pay attention. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, head of the Biafra Restoration Project, director of Radio Biafra, and by the special grace of Almighty God, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, has today dissolved the third administration of the Directorate of State, in bracket DOS, of the indigenous people of Biafra. Are you paying attention? Before you say, I never had it. Now, pay attention. Pursuant to the authority vested in him as the supreme leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hereby inaugurate the fourth administration of the Directorate of State, DOS, and appoint, pay attention, here is very important, and appoint Mazi Chris Nwog, who is based in the United States of America, as the new head of Directorate of State. Do you hear that? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu here appoint Mazi Chris Nwog as the new head of Directorate of State. Now, what does this tell you? At this point, as a member of IPOB, the person that are now in charge of the day-to-day activities of IPOB is Mazi Chris Nwog. Pay attention. Can you listen to Emalo or you are not aware? It's like Mazi cannot be in DSS or in Kuje prison or in Sokoto prison to dissolve DOS. Remember that the second administration of the Directorate of State was dissolved from Kuje prison, and the third administration was appointed from Kuje prison. So before he make blind argument, put that into your head. Maliakita, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appointed chika, edoziem administration from Kuje prison, and he dissolved Omiomio's administration from Kuje prison. In other words, what does this tell you? It shows that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can dissolve and remove any person, regardless of wherever he is or wherever they put him. He remained the author and finisher of this very IPOB. You know why? He is the founder. Nobody appointed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to lead IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the founder. He started it all alone. Social bidolie. Then onye nke bụ afia iya nwoke a na-eme no like kwanoria naturally isi Mazi, I want to join you to this fight or sigi choliso nekwa nenwe terms and condition iyi eji we som if not gbawakwa do isha onye ndu Mazi, what is the terms and condition? Onye gi code of conduct, which is the IPOB oath. Gocha anya odege mma, you nabatia. So it be imagine that you are the one who made him. You did not make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He started and he made himself. You saw his work and you now quit in. You join in to help him. Okay, what? That is why in IPOB, the only permanent office, the only permanent position is the position of the supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nobody can remove him and nobody can suspend him, but he can remove any person. That is why he is the only one who can appoint you to work with him. He is the only one who can tell you, say, come, you cannot work with me. Now pay attention. Mazi Chris Nwogu shall assume immediate responsibility for the administration, coordination, a day-to-day management of IPOB affairs, working with his team under the authority and direction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Did you hear that? Let me repeat it again. Mazi Chris Nwogu shall assume immediately responsibility for the administration, coordination, and the day-to-day management of IPOB affair, working with his team under the authority of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In Oriana, Makoya Gashim no IPOB. That you are under chika edoziem under which IPOB one ejide ga piawa gazu ige jenga nga no kan chika edoziem nwa lafu oge or lapụta gị wee make disobey of this thing mbaki ejima that the world is not foolish like chika edoziem or like you mbaki ejima that the world adilons anaghị so gị ezuzu okay for ya now because once Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appoint you, he has appointed you, the power and authority vested in you, and you function immediately. And once he removes you, he will remove you with immediate alacrity. The moment Mazi remove you, you are gone. Highest you make noise for 6 months. 6 months ebukana uche me phone budepte omelu noise 6 months. That on where can I chat here? Now pay attention. Background. The Directorate of State was established by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2012. In Ania. Makande Nashi, we want to institutionalize IPOB. In Ania, IPOB has become an institution since 2012. Pay attention. Let me repeat it again. Background. The meaning of background. The Directorate of State was established by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2012. As the administrative arm of the indigenous people of Biafra, and since its inception, the Directorate of State has been headed by, pay attention, Makande Geche no Chika Edoziem the first DOS anyway. Pay attention. The DOS was established in 2012. Now pay attention to many of the head of the Directorate of State and the people anyway before. Dr. Austin Akujieze, USA, head of the first administration. Dr. Justin Akujieze, the first person who head the DOS, but Dr. Justin Akujieze from United States of America, head the first administrative arm of IPOB, which is the DOS. Now, Mazi Uchenna Asiebu, Spain, head of the second administration. Now, that is to tell you that 2 people have headed this office as a head of Directorate of State before now. Pay attention. Get me your research. Now, Chika edoziem, Sweden, head of the third administration, appointed in March 2017 during Onyendu's detention at Kuje prison by the express order and the authority of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The third administration is hereby dissolved and the fourth administration is duly inaugurated with immediate effect. Onyendu. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior, another savior. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. That song, you merit it, you will work for it. Before they will sing that song for you, now, for those of you native, how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will dissolve the US. Now, Mazi dissolved the second administrative of IPOB from Kuje prison. And he inaugurated the Chika Edoziem administration from Kuje prison, and today he dissolved them from Sokoto prison. He made Chika Edoziem from Kuje prison and made Chika Edoziem from Sokoto prison. He got weird draw. God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, pay attention. Can I go to that place? Can I know that when we again? Let me repeat this. Dr. Justin Akujeze, USA, head of the first administration. Mazi Uchenna Siebu, Spain, head of the second administration. Chika Edoziem, Sweden, head of the third administration, appointed in March 2017 during Onyendu's detention at Kuje prison by the express order and the authority of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The third administration is hereby dissolved, and the fourth administration is duly inaugurated with immediate effect. Now, there is one of the questions why must Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always dissolve these members of DOS? Why will Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always inaugurate new members? Why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu neme ya? I'm not doing this question. I worry yourself no more. MAP Eziokubundo. These are the reasons why we are here. Okay, what? Yeah, but the reason I do are here. Kaina answer those your questions na bodagi. So that onwe ebe gbagoju anya anya agbaji ego no obulo so yen nwara nka na agbaji onu. Now, the main reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nji dissolve those men, bro. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be captured, instead of those men to maintain their integrity and they fight for the Biafra restoration, they will compromise their positions. They will compromise on their duties. They will be compromised. And when you are compromised, you can no longer work effectively because you will now work under the duress of the people that brought you over. People that compromise you. So most of the people most of them will compromise. Or when you now start forming cabals to rebel against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the visionary bearer. He is the vision bearer. The vision of Biafra restoration the lies in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That the future of this nation lie on the shoulder of somebody. The future of Biafra restoration lie on the shoulder of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, can never compromise because he started it alone. He knows the consequences. He knows that any day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, give up or compromise, that every other person will compromise because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is like a neck, while the other people are like the body. The body function with alongside the neck, but any day the neck is no longer there, the entire body becomes useless. Do you know that when your one hand is cut off, do you know that you can still live a life and fulfill your destiny? Do you know that when your one leg is cut off, do you know that you can still live your life and fulfill your destiny? Do you know that when one of your eyes is blinded, do you know that you can still fulfill your destiny? You can still see with one eye. Do you know that you can still eat without teeth on your mouth? Do you know that when one of your leg is cut off or two of your leg is cut off, you can still live a life? But any day your head is off, you are gone. That is why the head is one of the most powerful part of the body. Because the head is where your brain and sense lies. The head is that where your eyes and nose and the mouth, everything is in your head. So the head is the author and finisher of your body. Even your kidney, one of your kidney can fail you. With one kidney, you can still live life. But when your head fail you, so in IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the head. In IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the brain. In IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the sense. In IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the vision bearer. In IPOB, the moment Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no more, every other person will go down. The body will die. In IPOB, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu decide to play the game of Nigeria government by submitting to them, in this thing you are shouting, chika edoziem is powerful, you will see that vegetable is more powerful than chicken edoziem. You will see that tomato is more powerful than chicken edoziem. You will see that even butterfly is more dangerous and powerful than chika edoziem. You see that chika edoziem is a born coward. Because even when you cut off your one ear, you can still hear with one. If one of part of your nose got, you can still breathe with one. But when the head, ekwopugishi inaligo. Now Nigeria government are trying go everything. Iju ewepu mama there. That is why Agwazia Chike Edoziem, I go and suspend his office. Now the new narrative higher now is. Their new narrative now is, we did not sack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We only suspend the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still our leader, my brother. Onye obu na gwagi amalu na onye gbuwala isi. Ma ono onye ahụ na-ezuzu ezuzu. Bread mmiri maka Chike Edoziem dey strong. We only suspended the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu so that we can fight for the Biafra restoration. Oga Joha, is the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stopping them from fighting for Biafra restoration? Chris Felix Ekenekwamge. Joha, simple question. Is the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a stumbling block to their freedom fighting? What step or measure or strategy have they planned or tried to execute that the office of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stop them, apart from the betraying of this Biafra restoration? Now, why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in IPOB? He structured it around himself. He knows that on no account that he can betray his own vision and the mission and destiny, because this is his destiny, this is his future, this is his calling, this is why he was born, this is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come to this planet Earth. He came to restore Biafra for us to have freedom, and he knows that if he relinquish any power or authority to anyone who can destroy this movement, automatically the person can be bought over. Where is Uchemefo today? The evidence is there. Uchemefo is no longer in the struggle. Justin Akujeze is no longer. Mazuchenna Asiebu is no longer. Chika Edoziem today is also no longer. Juonwegi, how can a head of Directorate of State be addressing his people 3 times in a year? In a full year, 3 times, on a New Year day, 30th May, and maybe when fundraising actually, how can a reasonable person do that? So that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knows all these things and know that he cannot betray. Any other person can betray. But how can I stop another person who has betrayed not to destroy the movement? How can I make sure that when you betray, regardless of your position, I, who have not betrayed and the division bearer, will be able to stop you and make sure that you will not affect the struggle badly? That is why he made that code of conduct. That is why the code of conduct, which the administrative arm of IPOB did, was restructured, because them themselves know that they can be bought over any day, anytime. The people who made the code of conduct of IPOB know that the only man who cannot be bought over, nothing can make this person to bow or to surrender or to betray the movement, is the founder, which is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And all of them agreed and they restructure and come up with that code of conduct, that the only person who has the power to appoint any person in IPOB is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the only person who have the power to dismiss, expel, or suspend is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And they know that a day will come when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be there. that he will be in somewhere where he might not be there to give the order. And the code of conduct say that for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be in a place where he cannot be reached or carry out this kind of actions or discharge these duties, that the person Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will authorize, any person he authorize will be the one to do it. Now, can you one egemonti nwa bingo na kulu chicken edozie waka? Did Mazi Nnamdi Kanu authorize Chika Edoziem to suspend him? Now, in the code of conduct, TG, onweleba segi for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to suspend you, that he need authority, he need the permission. Use your brain. Woli legi gweze gonu. But the Ogbagi there that he has the authority. In the code of conduct, Ogbagi that in every position in IPOB is temporary. You can be removed, you can be promoted, you can be demoted, you can be suspended by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without seeking the consent of others. That is the order of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the code of conduct. And the only position that is permanently that cannot be touched is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu position. Now, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can suspend Mazi Uchenna Asiebu from Kuje prison and appoint Chika Edoziem from Kuje prison, and Chika Edoziem accepted that very appointment, why Uchenna Asiebu is telling the world as of then that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be in Kuje prison and give order for him to be suspended, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu don't have the power to suspend him, but Chika Edoziem override the cry of Uchenna Asiebu and they accepted that very offer, that very appointment. The question I want Umubingo to ask Chika Edoziem, why didn't you reject that very appointment with the fact that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in Kuje prison, that appointment could be done under duress? No Nigeria government that order. Why didn't you do that? Why do you accepted it? Don't you think that as of then that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu appointed you under duress? Oh, you cannot answer. I'm now this question now. Obalunuka bomb na brain. Now, Emalone Yabagote here be a defender. Make sure you have the answer to this my question. Omuaka na-akpọ MAP eziokwu bụ ndụ 1 ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri, eziokwu na-agba ụka na ntị, okwu ahụ siri ike na okwukwu mpụta nkwu onye, okwu ahụ ndị ọzọ na-atụ ụjọ, Maazị ekwukwa na mpụta nkwu onye. I am the one who made the broadcast on Maazị Darlington's platform that Chika Edoziem should be thrown out, and Maazị Benjamin ọ bụ na enwere ọzọ Maazị Benjamin take over. Ashimuka amoda anya nshamba. I don't see evil. I see these people, their incompetence and their corruption. Now, Kangwakwia, the new inaugurated members of DOS under Maazị Chris Nwogu, ndị Igbo na-ekwu okwu na-asị na ebe a na-adụ nwa nwe n'ọdụ ka nwa na-enwero nne na amụlụ. N'anya ka ịfụ ihe melu Justin Akujieze, Uchenna Asiebu, Chika Edoziem, all of them were dissolved and the new one were appointed. Today, Maazị Chris Nwogu, you were appointed from Sokoto prison. And the reason of this your appointment is because Chika Edoziem has betrayed the struggle. Chika Edoziem has compromised. Chika Edoziem have committed series of insubordinations. Chika Edoziem is incompetent. Chika Edoziem has failed, and Maazị Nnamdi Kanu did not come out to appoint you. He appointed you all the way from Sokoto prison, and you accepted it. If you Maazị Chris Nwogu, ọmụaka na-akpọ MAP, ihe na-ekwu kịta ama m na onwere onye ọzọ ga-ekwe, ọmụaka ga-ekwe ya, ma the reason ga-ejekwe ya, ọmụaka na-akpọ MAP. Ngiwawu Honorable Maazị Chris Nwogu, echi niile ịgba this root of Chika Edoziem, the same thing that was meted on Chika Edoziem you get meet quite the same thing. And the try to resist it the same way Chika Edoziem na try kita. The same thing that befall other people that we also before Chika Edoziem very soon will still befall on you. On that note, can Chongiwabu Maazị Chris Nwogu, ka iti onwe gị aka n'obi, si onwe gị that you cannot be a mockery to your generation and to your children. You are like a father to me. See that you cannot fail your children because we are now seeing you as a father. See that for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to pick you from nowhere and give you the task to head the group, this IPOB group, for you to lead the day-to-day activities of IPOB is a great honor and a great privilege. And if I were you, nge holun tututa na kama nga ada nge felu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kamia anwom ni ya. So I want you to know it today. Stand there on your ground, the truth eziokwu ahụ, and focus on Biafra restoration. Any deal alochalola well otonly dị ka chika edoziem. IMAP eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndo gị ka generator ya ihe a na-adọ chika edoziem nwere ike ihe dị enwere ike a na-achọ dị na-acha mgbe anyị nwere ike ọ bụ na ị na-ebizi aka ntị. Enwere ike ọ bụ na ị ya na-ebizi aka ntị mgbe ahụ abụrụzi sọsọ brokers no ịma the time of ejikasi Uchenna si egbu and this anya no like this na media enwezi ike mgbe ahụ bụrụzi on ground ka ya nọ ibia anya malakwa age. So we give you your maximum respect. Thank you. We will give you your maximum respect, and the more we give you the respect, we expect a lot from you. And from as a honorable man, and for that you are determined, and with what has happened so far, it is a big lesson, and it's something that I will say you will learn from it. And this IPOB, the new dimension will take place, and I get where direction. Person like me, I'm not come alone underground though. Don't come and tell us we are underground. Nekwanya ka efundi no underground for 5 years. The anambuze ebuzego na lie ha na underground. Achugo ha n'ime underground. The question now bụ ona ndị no underground for complete 5 years. Who will now go and dig this ground that Mazi bury ha now to bring them up? If the reason what you heard them una knows in underground too much. Had they been at these people in underground ha we ite ha ke kulu kukundo tata. Ha ke kulu umendo. Mana if you go near now and eligo ha. Keki geji ogodu ndị na-dig tunnel. Ha na dig tunnel for good 5 years. Another comment me for underground. IPOB anol underground. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have never walked underground. He walk and he face reality. So Mazi, you must not disappoint us, most especially we that stand with you at this particular point in time. We are expecting much, and we are not expecting disappointment from you, which I know by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiama. Under your administration and leadership, Biafra will be restored. You will be there, and we will restore Biafra, so that your name will be written on that marble of gold. Sister Chizekenemge, I pray you will not fail, and you will restore. Kaina chibake, kaina go kwani ye na this thing. Now, agugomu the administrations ndagolu no na most of the administration. Now let us go for the reasons. Now, reasons for the dissolutions of the third administration. Pay attention. For those of you who heard the reason, Mazi Chika Edoziem group, the reasons are stated here, and we will read it out. Reasons for the dissolutions of the third administration. The decision of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to dissolve the third administration of the Directorate of State was not taken lightly. It followed a careful assessment of the performance, priorities, and the stewardship of the movement during one of the most critical periods in the history of Biafra restoration project. Pay attention. The primary duty of any administration entrusted with the affairs of IPOB is to protect the movement, safeguard its integrity, defend its members, care for those who suffer persecution because of their commitment to the cause, and advance the strategic objectives laid down by onye ndu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Enulia? Should I read it again? Kango yali yale gama kande ndi ayagulu ugbolibu. Iye na-agụ here kita bụ the reason Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na ndị TikTok ahapụkwanụ m aka na mgbe ọbụla ha na-achọ ịkọt m off. Biko power tap ọlụnụ m biko nụ ka aliyeja. The reason why Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dissolved the third administration of IPOB, kango yali ulunu the first paragraph again. Maka ndị na-awataghị ihe na-aganụ. Oshigi, the decision of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, the decision of onye ndu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu to dissolve the third administration of the Directorate of State was not taken lightly. It followed a careful assessment of the performance, priorities, and the stewardship of the movement during one of the most critical period in the history of the Biafran Restoration Project. Oshigi, the primary duty of any administration entrusted with the affair of IPOB is to protect the movement, safeguard its integrity, defend its members, care for those who suffer persecution because of their commitment to the cause, and advance the strategic objectives laid down by onye ndu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Violence, queen of violence, ekenekwa m gị nwada Achalugo, fearless Achalugo, ekenekwa m gị. Ndewo nwa Chineke. Ịnụlia now, get ntị. Some of you guys see, but Chika Edoziem have been doing all this thing. Mba, let me tell you, a lot of IPOB members are languishing in Nigerian prison today. Not that we don't have lawyers that will bring them, but when they report the case to the Directorate of State, this person is not an IPOB member, he is autopilot. Hasigi that na IPOB member, na he may go underground investigation that the person joined autopilot. What rubbish? What rubbish? Now the person joined autopilot, Kigeju abandon an IPOB member to Nigeria government. Then, nke ahụ bụ number 1. Number 2, protect the integrity of the movement. IPOB nwere integrity. Now, under Chika Edoziem, IPOB na-elukuzi childish. Na Radio Biafra, ka mmadụ ga-apụta sị na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu bụ nke a na Maazị bụ ekpere ma this and that. Under Chika Edoziem. Under Chika Edoziem ka family writer the like of Anyi King, Emeka Gift, and Patrick Ikensi with the dwarf Kekoda and the rest of them nga-apụta na-akpọ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu iyi. Under Chika Edoziem ka mmadụ ga-enwe mind shishi sakia the supreme leader of IPOB. Odogwu nwoke Maazị Benjamin Madugu. Maazị asị m na nga contact gị mana nwoke na ihe nwoke bugodu mgbanyali kali mana mmeche nga contact gị because iwu nnukwu mmanwụ onye nwe gị nwere mmadụ and onye na-nwelo gị ife kọlịa igosigo Maazị Nnamdi Kanu that IPOB cannot be destroyed under your watch while you are still alive, and when Biafra is restored can you live mana. In fact, name one state or region with your name, honestly, because email can work. You did something like a real man. Men that are men stood their ground, even when they are standing alone, they don't give up. They act. They threaten from China and they are no AG, all this dead man squad here there. You stood your ground. So for this I respect you. You gain more respect from me. I must tell you. Now, under Chika Edoziem, IPOB naturally lose everything that has to do with integrity. Lolo nnọọkwa Chimezie nwaanyị imi ezi ejide Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kpogidie yi kuchi everything. The only thing ha ga-eji wee punish nnọọkwa Chimezie bụ ịkpọta ya na Biafran TV ka ọ bịa kọtasịa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Where is the integrity? Under Chika Edoziem, IPOB divided, autopilot apụta because of the incompetence of Chika Edoziem. That was what gave birth to autopilot. Had it been na Chika Edoziem the competent enough, there would be nothing like autopilot or government in exile, because Simon Ekpa will not rise. He will also work with Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. He will not go astray. But these people push Simon Ekpa to start to end up the way he ended up. And that is why I said, Oma Adeli this woman, Simon Ekpa is better than all of them from A to Z. Even when she Simon Ekpa and look at these people, former DOS members, I must tell you the truth. Men that has something to offer, you chase them away out of your greediness and your evil mindset. Now, one of the duties of this administration is advance the strategic objective laid by Onyendu. Since they kidnap Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, on well anything unu fugolu, these people checking on you aka ha na-eme. Since they kidnap Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, anyone mention one thing Chika Edoziem group is doing or have done towards Biafra restoration, apart from install 2019 COVID-19 national coordinator? Any place Maazị Sheikh don't temper this person or just sack your nya. Now, and this thing I'm going to put out here now. Can you find any of this thing Chika Edoziem na administration of Chika Edoziem can go on again? Onwe careful egwam. The primary duty of any administration entrusted with the affairs of IPOB is to protect the movement, safeguard its integrity, defend its members, care for those who suffer persecution because of their commitment to the cause, and advance the strategic objective laid down by Onyendu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Onwe one inwete from Chika Edoziem? The answer is no. Then number two, Kaina Ganu. Number two, Osigi, regrettably, the third administration fell short of this sacred obligation in several fundamental respects. Yenolia, Oblomu and Ekuye. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu cannot dissolve administration if these people has even carried half of their duty. He will give them the chance to work more harder. But they fell short of it, which means they failed to carry out these duties. That is why now, under Chika Edoziem for the past 5 years, IPOB was fighting IPOB. Media against media. Chibuze Egwatu, Jidiye Nine na Yasasi, under Chika Edoziem. Under Chika Edoziem, IPOB tat enwelo kega unit meeting ke funding we more than 5 people. IPOB tisacha. Under Chika Edoziem, people analyze kwa join IPOB. Asigo ya unu na emekunu yeju enweta Biafra. Under Chika Edoziem, nobody can now issue a directive. Ndi Biafrans, ndi anazolu nwelo onwe amalo, this is the one directive. Counter directive and this. Or this kind of people ha continue. People normally able strategy. People normally able when to move forward or when to stand. Under Chika Edoziem, everything scattered. The first time IPOB will go to court with IPOB member is under Chika Edoziem. The first time a court will give order for IPOB account to be sealed, to be frozen, is under Chika Edoziem. Is that not enough to give the man a sacking letter, and the Judea Poatitia again, Menya the head again, sack yang immediately. Pobati again, sack again. Then Pobatazi near Yanando. Chika edoziem deserve to be buried alive. Chika edoziem kwesike near Yanando, kwesili dindo. Under Chika edoziem, you destroyed IPOB. That IPOB meeting evening at this county. A very slow poison criminal. Isiboto Nyoshi. A man who cannot stand his ground. Onyo woki bega na kwa ki boche baba. Na ka ina gakwa no niru. Kebe aikosi na the primary duties, right? Na ka ina gakwa no kunu we na afu because nko na ye dey negotiating. Regrettably, the third administration fell short of this sacred obligation in several fundamental respects. Now, just a minute. Now, abandonment of the detained Biafrans, the most grievous failure of the outgoing administration was its inability to prioritize the welfare and the liberation of hundreds of Biafrans detained across various detention facilities, particularly those held for years without trial at Wawa military barrack in Niger State. In Ania, one of the reason again is their failure to secure the release of Biafran's people who non at detention for years. Echetem this lady, this man, yana nwunye eshi ebulu from Obigbo. Nke anwụ last year or this year. Hapụta na ebe akwa. Did you go for him? Many of IPOB members are now languishing in DSS and the Nigerian detentions. You cannot hire a lawyer. Ihe no bụ ịkpọma the ambulance lawyer. You cannot make a move to release them. That is a collateral damage. Now, ka ina gakwa no niru. In abandon IPOB members. Natural position. You need the position. Ije possible one way. Many of these men and women suffered unimaginable hardship. Some died in detention. Others endured prolonged incarceration under conditions that should have mobilized the full attention and the resources of the movement. The few who survived were reportedly compelled to accept outcomes they would otherwise have resisted simply to preserve their lives and regain their freedom. Meaning that most of the people not there because they mobilize law, the awareness, at least God there, Zema the Hagan at those places. Agbago do have video. Tie would see the word now. These people have been here. If for the word they bore the news, then the word enable the news. You assign a lawyer or supposed to a lawyer God there as a human rights lawyer. Their case a video supposed to obugodu bele nye ha na tagodo no no sachagodo nke ba aholigodo ndi esizie no no we gawa their case. But Chika edoziem will not do that. Carol White will not do that. Here Carol White ga no bu or here there except picture with ofonye delogi morning mizum. Ewu na ma hold the difference between discharged and acquitted. Or deloga beji deju ebe nina. Now, today, onye potashigi IPOB we juna detention. It's not only Mazin Amdekani is in detention. What are you doing to make sure that you have freedom? They committed no crime. But Imelie, Many of them give up the freedom. Many of them accepted conditions on a normal level. Get rejected. They accepted. Some of them accept that no account will they ever speak about Biafra again, or no account will they ever talk anything concerning their freedom. Hassan here, jeopardizing their freedom because of the failure, incompetent of the so-called bunch of chihuahuas. Now, pay attention, Kaina Agupa. No movement that claims to stand for justice can neglect those who paid the highest price for their commitment. The abandonment of the detained Biafrans represents a profound deletion of the duty of care owed to every member of the IPOB family. You abandon your people. Ndị ahụ ji maka IPOB and Biafra wee baa n'ime nga. You abandon them. Mana ya na-achọ ebe ya anala ego. I create account na Germany, create account in Italy. I dambulo into finance. Na-agbayali the energy they use wee na-achọ ebe ego dị. I use onye mobilize ya lawyers. Those people will be released. Mana ime amị ego ka gị mkpa ịkwasịrị eho national coordinator ndị Italy ya pụta na live TV mụnye siga ọkụ ọsọsịa sewelu siga. Integrity, where is it? Where is the manner? You allow Chinasa Nworu to control you like a fool. Now, Hana Takwagi, give ya me broadcast. Give ya me broadcast. Okay, Niginando. By the time Chinasa Nworu will finish with you, Yoga Junde Madobo, or now I made the broadcast pan, or now I sign the memo. If you have ever seen me where I make any broadcast or make any memo that must have been suspended, oh, you're gonna regard the man with evidence he use against him. Mba, he didn't know Daginishi. Or Nina Jeka Agwo Nola Kwoko, Agwo Ijide. In a jeko no she perima. Mba ki gejifu. If in my own way, trouser in a trouser, all this only one blood trouser in a beach, dika all this dinta na legba. Mba ki gejifu. Emechegi hen and cape as well. Ige back okwa. Okwa be a franchise today, be a franchise na is yala. Now pay attention. Misplaced priorities and internal distraction. Okay, before. Misplaced priority and internal distraction. Efuria, inokatia, pota, create a problem. Aba imunokato, onyama the suspension, not all a non-IPOB. Now you need to defend this is your miscreant characters. But now the mazine broadcast or to be up on Nigeria government. So you are now doing this character because of Nigeria government. So your actions is because of Nigeria government. You are now the defenders of Nigeria government. In Amia, misplaced priorities and internal distraction created by chika edoziem. Chika edoziem Abayimukekoda and the Chinasa Nworu are the people who are masterminded of this internal crisis, internal distraction. IPOB Ibamba. Nyaka this idiot na-eri aduru. Iye ji anga eji bia na BTV na akoyeri. Now, at a time when the movement faced unprecedented internal attacks, too much energy was diverted into internal disputes, personal rivalries, gossip, blackmail, and the factional controversies. The franchise should return my monthly dues, 350. No Katashino, Aguamono 350. Or actually 450. Or Makulosing Yoku. Always the mental dementia. All this always the mental dementia. Now, valuable times, resources, and organizational capacity that should have been directed towards diplomacy, legal advocacy, prisoner welfare, public engagement, and the strategic planning were instead consumed by the distractions that weakened cohesion and undermined confidence within the movement. Ihe na-agụpụtala unu bụ ihe eji wee chụ the useless man called Chika Edoziem and his gang. His gang of ụmụmgbashi. Now, na-egekwanụ ntị. The struggle for Biafra demands discipline, focus, sacrifice, strategic clarity. Any administration that loses sight of this essential inevitably compromises the effectiveness of the movement. The struggle for Biafra demands discipline, focus, sacrifice, strategic clarity. Any administration that loses sight of this essential inevitably compromises the effectiveness of the movement. Failure to protect the integrity of the movement. The Biafra Restoration Project is larger than any individual or administration. It is a sacred trust handed down by Onye Ndumazi Nnamdi Kanu and sustained by the sacrifice of the countless patriots. Waka Waka Biafra nwunija, Ikonso nwunija, Double Lion nwunija, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family nwunija, parents nwunija. How many people can gago? Many people, many Biafrans agbabu na Bridgehead, ndị agbabu na Aba Primary School, ndị agbabu na Mkpọ massacre. What of Obigbo massacre? All these people pay the price. What of ndị nọ n'ime nga? You neglected them. Uzungulang. Under the outgoing administration, divisions depend. Under the outgoing administration, divisions deepened, public confidence diminished, and the movement image suffered. Avoidable damage. Let me start afresh. Under the outgoing administration, division deepened, public confidence diminished, and the movement image suffered avoidable damage. Opportunities to unite and strengthen the family were too often missed. In Ania, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there are many letters. Chika Edoziem unite this movement. Nkapia na enwela nya bụ who kandi nwa nnọkọta unite with India who are there. One signature there. Once your art, we will protect this IPOB jealously. You easy. Nkapia na all me. Oya na afum kebe some of you na say we will not hand over Radio Biafra. By the time one or two of you nganga, the rest we ganga. The rest we hand over. Now, the fourth administration is therefore mandated to rebuild confidence, restore unity, and re-establish the culture of the accountability, discipline, and the collective responsibility that must be defined. IPOB. Enolia, this message naga to Mazi Chris Nwog. Mazi Chris Nwog, I know that you are a man that is equal to the task, and we expect the result. And you need the underground work. We need the result. Can go this thing again. This thing here is for you, not for outgoing. Oshim. The fourth administration is therefore mandated to rebuild confidence, restore unity, and re-establish the culture of accountability, discipline, and the collective responsibility that must be defined. IPOB. Nam inugena amam na luge bidogo. I got no result. I am there chezikwa. I am impatient this time around because this bunch of lunatic has caused a lot of damage. We need to heal and move forward. Kind direction, and everybody must be carried along. I know you have it, and with our help, we are solidly behind you will make the work more easier for you. And for those of you non-IPOB, I urge you to make sure that you show your maximum respect, and that all goes you obey the command. Most especially in Italy. Failure to safeguard strategic communication platforms, that the ability of liberation movement to communicate effectively with its people is indispensable. The weakening and the compromise of key communication channel created confusion among supporters and provide opportunities for hostile actors to manipulate narrative and sow division. Now, here again, nagakwa to you, Mazi Chris Nwogu. I pointed out one of the factors that affected this, that created the division and made the DOS, the third administration to fail woefully. Lack of communication. Abu Nunu Chetembe kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We waited for these people to give us the update. At least, what happened? They did not carry any person along. And well, anything no pota. China Sanworo potosha ino ifanye oba plane keji we bute Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Onye nka potosha ino nka. Onye nka potoshi no nka. Onye nka pota. Most of those things created a lot of divisions na IPOB. And some people who are nothing started using the opportunity to be hijacking a lot of things. So Mazi, biko, I need you. It carry everybody along, and the information is power. When people have the information, it will be very hard for you to deceive them. But when people are not getting the update and the information, they can the enemies can deceive them and manipulate them. But when they know your actions and your plans, what you hope for them, what you are doing for them, they will know that this is what they are doing. So, Biko, if you are into the part of that former ex-DOS members by sidelining your member or looking down on anyone, sir, Biko, maka enwekwa ike chee na onye adịla important, onye hapụ echi niile onye ọzọ esochi anya ofu before you know it, this group. So I know you have the knowledge and the capacity. You are wise enough to carry this assignment. So I am just begging you, adding to what Mazi have already said it all here in this thing. So just follow up. Like people like us, we are here and we will make sure that you succeed and Biafra will be restored under your administration. And you need to locate dissolve what your work will speak for you. I need the result. Now, Oshi, the protection, recovery, and the strengthening of the authentic communication platforms must therefore become an immediate priority of the new administration. Thank you, sir. Need for organization renewal. The dissolution of the third administration is ultimately not an act of vengeance, but an act of organizational renewal. The challenges confronting the Biafra Restoration Project require new energy, renewed discipline, strategic focus, and the leadership structure fully aligned with the vision, directives, and the priorities of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The inauguration of the fourth administration reflects a determination to correct past shortcomings, restore confidence within the movement, strengthen internal cohesion, prioritize the welfare of Biafrans and everywhere, and advance the cause of self-determination with renewed purpose and vigor. Enolia, this message is for the fourth administration head, which is Mazi Chris Nwogu. The indigenous people of Biafra owe a duty to those who have suffered, those who remain imprisoned, those who paid the supreme sacrifice, and the generations yet unborn. That duty demands accountability, renewal, and unwavering commitment to excellency. It is in fulfillment of that duty that the third administration stand dissolved and the fourth administration inaugurated. Composition of the fourth administration of the Directorate of State. Now, Biafrans, pay attention. Composition mean the people that made up that very Biafran, the new DOS. Can you hear water? The new DOS, pay attention to the offices and the people they occupy. And if any of these people boggy and you did not pick and you did not return the call, we assume that you are now compromised. What did I say? If any of these people anga papa hana boggy na phone, then you missed the call. You did not return the call. We will assume that you have compromised or that you are with the ex-members of the US, and there will be a discipline for that. Don't say you are not aware of it. Now, Mazi Chris Nwogu, USA, head of Directorate of State. Mazi Solomon Egbo, deputy head of Directorate of State. Nwada Ogu Nnennayanya, I, head of Finance and Budget Planning. Mazi Chikozie Okekenta, coordinators of all coordinators, COC. Dr. Chukwudi Nwogu, head of Medical and Welfare Planning. Barrister Ikechukwu Onuoha, head of Media. Comrade Mapoafu, spokesperson / Media and Publicity Secretary. Mazi Terry Nemi, African Continental Representative. Mazi Ndidi Awurum, Northern American Continental Representative. Mazi Tochukwu Ikwanosi, North American Continental Representative. Mazi George Ume, European Continental Representative. Nwada Oyitaga Ejiro, Deputy European Continental Representative. Mazi As Ndulo Egbulem, Canada National Coordinator. Mazi Chukwuemeka Anoliefo, Asia Continental Representative. Mazi Prince Chimezie Alozie, Middle East Continental Representative. Nwada Bridget Okafor, Women Leader. Miss Rachel Nwosu, Israel Diplomatic Representative to IPOB Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mr. Michael Stata, UK Diplomatic Representative to IPOB Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mr. Mike Arnold, US Diplomatic Representative to IPOB Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mrs. Mercy Stata, European Women Coordinator. Special appointment approved by Mazi Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Pay attention. Special appointment approved by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Abraham Ogbonna, Germany National Coordinator. Ne pay attention afa niile na akpọchichi o. Can be again. Mazi Abraham Ogbonna, Germany National Coordinator. Mazi Charles Okeke, Germany Deputy Coordinator, Deputy National Coordinator. Mazi Romanus Ogoro, Mazi Romanus Obichukwu Ogoro, Italian National Coordinator. Mazi Shedrack Nwafọ, Italian Deputy National Coordinator. Mazi Simon Chibueze, Switzerland National Coordinator. Mazi Christopher Aka, Switzerland Deputy National Coordinator. Mazi Achebe Paul, PRO, Italy. Congratulations to me. Nke atọ m bullshit. Nke atọ m bullshit ma ọ bụrụ akpị nwa mama. Ndị ilo asị da n'unu nso. Emidu nkunu ji akwụkwọ gbana moto ya akụgbu unu. Nwa na acid. Ọ ya jemu ihe da Italy National PRO. ịghọtara Maazị Achebe Paul MAP eziokwu bụ ndụ. Choi 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 na nka na-enye heart attack. Ochelụ na ọgụchabeghị ajọsị mgba break. Establishment of the Elders Advisory Council. Enwekwa ndị ga-apụta echi niile sị gị na ọ bụla Maazị Nnamdi Kanu establish DOS. Now gekwanụ ntị, another office have been established again, which is the establishment of Elders Advisory Council. Oshigi, in the furtherance of strengthening the leadership structure of the movement, Onyendu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu has established a new Elders Advisory Council. The council shall sit immediately below the supreme leader and above the Directorate of State. In Ania, Igbo Defense, imalo ye OPRO. Okay, mmakọwalụ gị mana ka anyị bịa. In Ania, now after Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, ọbụla DOS ka ị ga-enweta immediately. Ndị ga-enweta bụ Elders Advisory Council, which means ha nwa nọ before DOS. Now, before ndị ga-emechi niile na ha asị gị na Elders Advisory Council was formed by Chika Edoziem administration. Now, okay, the council shall sit immediately below the supreme leader and above the Directorate of State in the hierarchy of the indigenous people of Biafra. It shall provide wise counsel, strategic guidance, institutional memory, and the unwavering support to both the supreme leader and the newly inaugurated fourth administration of the Directorate of State. In Anuya, directive to all officers, all coordinators, principal officers, unit heads, and the functionaries of the indigenous people of Biafra worldwide are hereby directed to immediately establish contact with IPOB headquarters in the Langfield, Germany, for further directive and the administrative guidance. Furthermore, every officer previously appointed by Onyendu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu is hereby restored to his or her former position with immediate effect, pending further administrative review by the newly inaugurated Directorate of State. All previous suspension and expulsion are hereby set aside, and the affected individuals fully reintegrated into the family. Hey! Oh, Habadike! In Ania now, everyone in IPOB or ndenye suspension come back to IPOB. Na chiete na IPOB ka mfusia the bastard they ashigi you are not an IPOB member. Ndị nwere anwụ nọ na my comment section. Agwa m unu na-ebe akwa nụ responsible. Unu ebezi na akwa nzuzu. Cry responsible. Vitalis Chinonye. Cry mature and responsible na. Be na akwa ka oyi efe na ebe na be nya na asụ ya me akwa gị ka o nwee base. Akwa gị kwesịrị inwe base. Important notice on media platforms. Until the ongoing recovery process is concluded, all Biafrans and the supporters are advised to rely exclusively on Biafra Radio and the Biafran Vanguard for official communication, verified informations, and the authentic update relating to the indigenous people of Biafra. In now, until the ongoing recovery process is concluded, all Biafrans and the supporters are advised to rely exclusively on Biafran radio and the Biafran Vanguard for official communication, verified information, and the authentic update relating to the indigenous people of Biafra. From before I get you recover the radio Biafra and the Biafran television, never I ga na-enweta our information now. Ebe I get focus and I ga rely on is Biafran radio and the Biafran Vanguard until the Biafran radio and every other tools we are recovered from the criminals asakigoro, because I'm na high abanikanika but akufecho dalawo ha gbacha the nikanika haka ya so meet. Now legal and administrative measures are already underway to recover Radio Biafra and restore it to its original purpose as a trusted platform dedicated to the Biafra Restoration Project. Nke atọ m pieces. After that echo, wait for us, we dey come. That Biafran television, we are bringing it back. We will take it back. All belong to IPOB. Man, he create go their own Biafra community. Their movement name now is Community Biafra or Biafra Community. Kaina gakwa na iji okwu ka ngo ya here. Legal and administrative measures are already underway to recover Radio Biafra and restore it to the original purpose as a trusted platform dedicated to Biafra Restoration Project. Additionally, the Biafra Restoration Project has been diverted from its core objectives and increasingly objected to activities inconsistent with the vision and the principles upon which the was founded. The fourth administration shall work diligently to restore focus, discipline, integrity, and the strategic direction to the movement. Most important, this fourth administration, I need from you people mostly now, but it restore the confidence of people and the integrity of our IPOB. So I am AP now suggesting our slogan now, make IPOB great again. Make IPOB great again for Biafra to be restored. Make IPOB great again. That is the mandate. Make IPOB. So every IPOB member, your task now is how to make IPOB great again so that we will restore Biafra. Keben Kushi before. Okay. Akushim strategic direction to the movement. The full list of appointees to the Directorate of State shall be made public in the coming days by the head of the Directorate of State. That is Mazi Chris Nwog. And I think by 7:30 today on a program by 7:30 today. So make sure that you tune into Biafran radio so that you will not say you are not aware. Now, all structures, unit, directorate, department, national bodies, and the coordinators are directed to accord full cooperation, recognition, and the support to the fourth administration of this Directorate of State under the leadership of Mazi Chris Nwog. The day-to-day affair of the indigenous people of Biafra shall henceforth be piloted by Mazi Chris Nwog and his team in accordance with the directives and the vision of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The indigenous people of Biafra remain resolute, united, and unwavering in our commitment to restoration of Biafra and the pursuit of justice, freedom, self-determination, and the fundamental right of the Biafran people. All members and the supporters of IPOB worldwide are urged to remain disciplined, focused, and committed to the principle of the movement as this new administration assumes office, issued under the authority of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Supreme Leader, Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, head of the Biafra Restoration Project, Director, Radio Biafra. Thank you. Okay, 9:30, not Biafra 7:30. Okay, thank you, Eze Daniel. Thank you for that this thing. I'm na niile aghọtaghị ihe niile now at this point ama m na unu afụgo the reason eji wee chụọ the third administrative and the reason mkpata eji inaugurate the fourth administrative. Before you guys say that I don't know, I never knew. Nke abụlọ adịrọkwa gị ebe ikwu ịnwa nwa wee bụla IPOB member wee si na uche ga adịghị ihe na-eme. Oh my God. Iwe nnọkọta wee si na ịdị loyal to ndị achụrụ achụ na IPOB. Nga bụ afa gị. Gịnị ka m kwu? Nga bụ afa gị ka ị ghara isi na ịmalụ. Because at this point in time, IPOB anyị enwego this is a new dimension, a new phase. We are entering a new phase now. Okay, what? So okay, I listen na a deal aware. Ka mkpọgote people ihe dị aka ndị chọrọ ikwu, ndị nọ na YouTube nchọrọ ikwu okwu, ọ bụ ndị nọ na Facebook na ịchọrọ ikwu okwu, gwa m ka unu bata ka mma drop ulu na this thing, the link ka m ga-eji ma ndị bụ ụzọ send their request na ọ dịkwa woski. Ọ dịkwa woski o. Biko ị na-abata mute onwe gị o. As you are coming in, mute onwe gị maka mbutu. Okay, wata. Kezi nke ọ na-ewebata mmadụ ihe dị a na-apụchichi maka na the friend request o nwere ka ọ bụ na ọ maka na the friend request are not go too much aka, so maybe na ha nọlọzi ya. Anyị ga-agbapị ọsọ na because no much time. In IPOB ihe ọbụla Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kwu goes, enwere otu ways about it. Ịgbanyali okwu Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na IPOB nwee problem abụlọkwa nke obele ya. If you are coming in, you mute yourself, please. If you are coming in, you mute yourself. Maka mpịawa azụ. Now for those ndị ya nọ na comment section ịgba nịkanịka, okay, afuga m ihe dị iwebata mmadụ. Ị nọ na Facebook, ị nọ na YouTube, the link nọ there. Just click on the link and you follow the instruction, then you will join us live and direct. Now, welcome to the program. God bless Africa. May we know you and what do you have to say. Him and the topic I need to treat. The quality.
Yeah, I'm topic the trade. I thank you for your analysis. Or at least you just cover things even one primary school will be understand it. But it's unfortunately land they like we how can you understand because their mind their food go with careful. But I one day we understand this thing very well. Even kidnap Mazi, most of us noticed this thing because the way these people feel reluctant look very suspicious, you understand? And that's the reason IPOB motivation in this movement. But that time that there is something wrong. And that's the way you many. The way you many that IPOB is intact until this very day. So what I'm saying is, one that suspend the or whatever how can a tenant give quick notice to his landlord? Is it possible? The question is no, it's not possible, and it's not going to work. It's just that telling you that in Nigeria now that the presidency is higher than the president. It's not possible. Whatever the president says goes. You understand? In an organization, you cannot be higher than the leader. It's not possible. Because most of the things they touch here, we want somebody like 2 days ago. Now it's all that chika to see and call our we say for equity. All get mass in the kind of appoint like why you decline it? This is like the mass in the kind of appoint under duress. Why go Jimmy yourself?
Okay.
Or use it like here, or matters that he cannot appoint somebody from Soko. And already you are here now. You understand? So you now all these people are appointing now. Today, no, all the logios, even that time, most people are there away, but now everybody are there away. Mana date every appoint. If eventually tomorrow they compromise, if they call us saying that it will that all from IPOB, it did not form IPOB with Mazin Nadikano. You were appointed last week. Have a class saying that he cannot sack us. We cannot hear that one. Yes, I don't know. If you don't get it on yourself, that is different. That time, so if would give you, would give you yourself, like you care who look at it now. So, I want to learn unite this movement. It doesn't matter the group where we belong. What we are fighting is one goal. Or it doesn't matter when you're autopilot, when you're as far as all of us believe in Biafra, unite everybody. And then IPOB, then autopilot, it doesn't concern you. All even days will fail because all the business and all are position. In the way has to fail, and all I have no sense. All can you leave leave everything behind. Unite here this movement first. So will unity. All these things let me now will not be happening. So come and go there here. Can't also go down for now.
Ndewo. Zobaiman, welcome to the program. May we know you? Okay. Ndewo.
Na this era na mmadụ ga-eji kwana aga ụdịka mmadụ metụ nnọkwa na life ya yesterday na-ekele ụnụ nsogbu jisi ike for this era ihe a na ọkọta ọkarịrị and ekelekwara Chukwu na the observation onye ndume na appoint new people because ụdịka mmadụ dịka man otogo mgbe nji ele anya otogo mgbe nji atụ anya this kind of thing because onwezi ibe ama a na-asị ege ntị onwezi onye jizi project ihe na otu anyị si nweta nwụrụ onwe anyị ibe niile gbasasịcha but I thank God na adịkwa ndụ dịpụta n'ụbọchị nke dịka taa biko chọrọ ka ịtụ more light on ịmụ ụmụ ebe a before isi na this new people na emere appoint na ha ga-aga all they can do to restore Radio Biafra and the people again na nna anyị ukwu ahụ east na ọ ga-abịa live today 7 p.m. na anyị ga-atụ n'otu Radio Biafra. I just want you to throw light on it because kind of confused.
Okay, the time our brothers in Obulo 7:30, no 9:30. but m ga-check it because the post m ga just nye me a minute ka ndị sure of the right time ọkpọghọta ka anyị ala iji guesting everything anyị na-eme ihe dị a okay ihe dị a 20th of June time okay 9:30 p.m. yes all the correct 9:30 p.m. so ọ ga-abịa on air on Biafra radio for emergency broadcast so Maazị the host ya bụ ọbụla sọsọ ya because with Maazị Chris Nwogu IPOB head of Directorate of State, Nwada Nnenne ya anya head of finance and the other principal officer, hosted by Barrister Ike Obed. So time 9:30 p.m. So the head of Directorate of State, Maazị Chris Nwogu ya abịa na Biafran radio ịbịa make the first announcement. Then the issue of Radio Biafra recovery only getting and the process have already been is on the way because definitely I'm an under achụ ha ga-agba nika because ibu bie mmadụ onu onye ama jos nwụọ na ị ga-afị ọgbagbo na so ihe anyị na-afụ ha na-eme kịta ha na-anụ kanika their last breath to death ọkụwata and nwere mgbe ihe they are definitely anyị ama awụsakwa n'aka because they will definitely come with blackmails propaganda in this first month, this month and next month. Expect a lot of heavy propaganda from them because how they feed her with a lot of rubbish, but immediately all those things go hanishi from 3 months had this empty hanapuezie people like Biafran child that was here na street onye ọbụla nakpo by then anapugo ha the Biafran television and radio Biafra tinye because enwele anywhere ha ga-eji wee see that na no ha nwanwe the evidence kali onye zuzu kali ojewe nga na Europe nyajukwa ese nyaju ọ not the possible some of them is here uche mefo ye season here na deputy ayakucha afia no dey so ha ya agbaleli nika zuzu we ka omyomyo them end of the day he bido with their own movement he register go movement already. The name of their movement is Biafran Community or Ikponya Community, like one of our national community secondary school. Biafra Community. Yeah, they had just Jerusalem IPOB. Idu echo followers, but one thing Hana Malobuna. Ejula IPOB at your followers. Oga woga here. So that is it for now. And well, another thing it's you. Yes, Biafra radio will back up a create since these people hijack the main radio Biafra. So Biafra radio will a backup, a temporary station a create a now pass information for now until the radio Biafra is fully recovered with the Biafran television. Then we go back to the normal place. Okay, because for now, on now inaugurate. Emma the code and everything. Haya banika na hama release here. Then apiazie ha koboko ndị mmụọ ndị ga-agba ala spiritually agbawazi ala ndị watala onwe ha n'oge asọmiti n'oge. So that is it. So all the iche.
Legally ha na-agba enwe odi isi. Ihe ka na-ekwu 3 months. Nye mma na within 2 months na no nwa ga na-anụzi olu ha.
But achọrọ m ime exaggerate ma nshi no 1 month ọ dịzie ka ihe dị.
Ngwara ndị nke nọ onye nke nọ n'akụkụ si ya na gaanụ menwe nke unu si na nna ya ukwu awụrọzi onye isi unu gazie menwe nke unu kemgbe iji jide nna ya
anwa anya kasị mmụ bịa IPOB meeting anyị na-eme IPOB meeting on first day of every month first Sunday of every month first Sunday and genti akekoda with the rest anyị na-eme IPOB meeting on first Sunday of every month and the venue is Via for Nature number 14 Biela iwulu nwoke donyiru die ị ga-afụ m die ma ọ dịghị ka izuru ezu n'izu nwoke every first Sunday of every new month ị afụ m die host meeting. Then ibuluzie nation na chika edoziem de memo onye nwefe IPOB onye bụ na mbịala ebe ihe dị aka police me arrest ngị nwa bịa ka amalụzie mụ na gị onye polisi ya eme arrest ọmgba aka ya ejima na nwoke na ibi ya bụ n'okwu ọnụ Italy ka anyị nọ na ebe law na-eme exist olu mgbe anyị malụzie ma nwoke a balance ọfụma iche na na-eri adụrụ eyi mụ na ya na-eri adụrụ anaghị m eri adụrụ atụrụ m na ndị nna ihe dị anyị maazị sizi permanent sojourner anaghị m eyuzu permanent sojourner ihe m na-eyuzu passport Italy as an Italian citizen so ọ bịa anya abịachi ike ka ọnụ ụdị ya so ọ bụla itu ọnụ ọkụwata o nwere question Igbo defense njụ before nchefu Igbo defense ọ sị m what is a PRO public relation officer and you are in charge of communicate and maintain the image of the organization and open when any information or any message actually pass to members or actually release here there all PRO a pass to keep communication between the hierarchy and the members of the every organization. PRO, which is a public relation officer. So I believe they cannot there before nchefu ama m n'ụfọdụ dị enwe ndị na-eche maazị achebe for ya this una mara na m ji indirect gbakwa weekend ncho inuwe ga-azụ m ga-ewegota aka jikwa ndị bini ndị anụsa m ọgụ n'obodo a ofu onye n'ime ha kpọm si m ka a settle outside si gị eyi court ka settle with a lawyer ka ịmalụ ihe dị na-achị m ihe dị a ka isetụlụ ebe mụ na gị nwere ishu gị na judges na court nwere ishu mbọchị ọzọ achị gị jee nụọ ọgwụ gị jee nụsọ ọgwụ jụọ ese onye a na-anụsọ ọgwụ ka onye ọmakwa ihe na-eme iche na ịbịa nụcha ihe dị a onye ka na-ebe mfụ ka eke ihe dị a achọrọ m ịgbasị da abụọ wicked mgbasị ka eke wicked lose job ya ndị ọma alụ da job n'Europe again ị na-alụ vigilante na-eteretin mmadụ wit egbe report ọ ga-enye anapụghị your license na the photo deliami enye gị anapụghị and ịma the consequences. That's why your case na-eku lugodu ekwene m ihe dị a chete your case because needle DJ gbagharịwa eji m your home and all your addresses ebibi na ihe dị ọnụ na eji m everything nke abụdị ka m abịa chọọ ya maka onye everything dị m n'aka so wole every property of IPOB hand there over to Romanus Uguru maka nga. So thank you ka I got to our queen of violence acha na China acha odogwu nwunye odogwu nwunye odogwu ọ dị n'ọfọ exactly.
First of all, I want to appreciate you for your wonderful work. You have been keeping on. That is in, and I want to these people. They say good cheluka, hale putacha, good cheluka. And say no, nanda mean as a nanda di mean nanda di go compromising kanka. We cannot doubt to do somehow.
Many people they believe now.
For the past 6 years, I have chika display your talent. To our promised land. Chika edoziem Switzerland.
Na Sweden.
Imagine. That is frustrate a lot of people. How we love a lot of us are coming on back. I was like, I guess he had a just that as Amadi no ya me haji we be do na work with our minds. Apota say you are attacking leadership. You are attacking leadership. Not knowing that na hana acho as in otwage si we go biegu go batago na their miss. That's ne titi ha ka ha use ogi. If you go no ha uno ano that's na na make cabal na IPOB today look at them they are the main cabals. How abunde na form mo cabal inside IPOB. Ne do ka ha ni ne de. Ekwu aka ka ha ebido go me mazin na am de kana attack. Ịma na mgbe anyị na-ekwu dat na nwa nwaanyị ogiri na ihe ọ na-eme na aka DOS dị na a lot of people das ekwetọrọ today ọgbadati na ahụ nwa nwaanyị ogiri na-emezi ka ha na-eme na ọ na-afụ gị ihe niile nwa nwaanyị ogiri na-ekwu wee bụ nọ ndị DOS gwa ha mebe detin ya mebe detin today ole jiko chike dozie m ka njọ gị ewelu IPOB hapụrụ gị for 6 years onweghị ihe imenwulu ụgwọ ọnwa ezuru gị overtime ga-ezuru gị ị na-anwa jijiji akịta anụ ị na-eme na ị gaghị ekwe you no go green na 10 minutes as in ọ ga-eme gịnị chike dozie m hapụ what have you done for the past 6 years ahapụrụ gị IPOB gịnị ka imenwulu ọ bụ ihe ị na-eme ebe ị na-anakọta awa juice welie na-agagharị all over the world na elu chike dozie m kwadoro gaba Kenya iji ime maazị Nnamdị Kanu investigate na-ewesti ego afụrụ afụ for the past 6 years ndị provide money maọbụ na feeding money for maazị Nnamdị Kanu not even ịgochata daz ịgochata akwa jikere maazị Nnamdị Kanu
Who be this monkey?
was good as onye eji as onye eji dia leader igote jos akwa maọbụ weta ego nni provide ya
Mba, thank you my onye dị in charge. Ọ dị ka asa nọ nso. Makachi. Ịnwụkwa kai join ya. Aka ya na awọ ọjà banzu na freedom fight.
We never knew Nanda ne use all this why. If we get Nesia Chika ne Mazen Nnamdị Kanu ne Biafra struggle. He actually Chinasa Nworu Iwichala Ijinwa your pack that's it. Put yourself together. Already although Achugo receipts you saw Nanda actually a few days ago. What then actually because if that's it, it's one that they go the IPOB. Mazen Nnamdị Kanu Chugu before a kidnap boy. That is the actual nage o the gay poro.
Ana m agbazikwa n'otu ya.
Mba arụ achụgo na o tego no ọ bụghị ihe taa. So ala anyị na-awi Chinasa Nworu iwichala isi you can cry. Bebe na akwa ahụ. But if you this very IPOB, ọma lose if you this position never. Ọma lose unu aka. Jezienu jeme mingle with enemies of Maazị Nnamdị Kanu we don't care. for threatening me, for suppressing me with your position. I want me no go better for you.
Ise.
Yes, Isaiah Yoruba. Awowo. Awowo bini bo du timba. Maka awowo bia ke ebo mwada awowo bia bili. Akwa ifugo now. Iputa na agbanyi na as in na message video manzin na ndi kanu me ni me court no AI. No doctored video. Isaiah Yoruba ga ha dere gi na mma. If you so go me, if you European no you ga work Canada.
You say? You see? You see?
Did you know what it takes him to make that video? And everybody, even Apokulono, online, no doctored video. Isaiah say your life needed a doctored lies.
You see?
You see? You see?
You see?
Okay. Because that's me we need a houseless.
Tony one bottle.
Incompetent fools, hungry beasts, hungry people. Position command Biafrans and total ego. We never knew no position kunu jimake we na IPOB. Na so position. Today neya. Nzurumike je choluno. Go and better your life. If you go IPOB, oti love for all of you. Go. So like your post from now till tomorrow, you accept defeat. Unu frustrated a lot of people in this struggle. You guys made us to understand that as in a struggle and you go koko. But I thank God that Namazin Nambikanu came true. A man on a prison. Although I free on a prison. When I while unu feel, ono man outside the way unu memulu. Shame on all of you. Dim babini, awangina, ogwaniga go one on one. Okay, Fulano was a polache. Okay, Fulano.
Except to the position of Mazinam the can.
You have no position in IPOB. Chika edoziem tirigu, onye akwa na akpọ mmadụ. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu tiri Chika edoziem bịa tinye gị nke ijiri bụrụ hu iche n'ihu ebe iche n'azụ. Ọkwa gwa gị agwa na you are not recognized in IPOB. COVID-19 freedom fighter. It not recognized. Kita anụ iche gị ihu ebe iche n'azụ. Ka mfụkwa otu ị ga-esi wee bịa seela anyị siga na telivishọn. Ka mfụkwa ka ị ga-esi kpụrụ siga n'ọnụ na-emela anyị vidio. Bịakwa again. So talk all that you know. He actually in essence, Biafrans rejoice yano. Na epopugo the enemies of Mazen Namikan, enemies of Biafra struggle, enemies of IPOB, epo chapugo ha 4 days ago. So rejoice yano ni ho ma digo. If I batago, the struggle and salugoko.
Iya ba fa nwa mo if abata.
If I batago na the struggle. Oko adigo so onye obuna nwebe anole. Be happy. They want to frustrate Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. They want to pull down IPOB. But nobody can try him. Nobody can dare him.
acha na China.
Because all the whole people emela point few days ago, because no, we don't never have respect. Hanozi under the leadership of Chris Wong. Onya kai dize ayi nozi under him na ekwogu anonwa because anywhere you see them respect them. Oga bia emergency broadcast today by 9:30 na Biafra radio. So onye abuna take your notes. Today you go there and listen to him na nwoke okugodo na okoda atojo. First speech here ogosi video. Odege ka China asa the first place onwe onye na afu irie. Chika dozie ma say that's an only ko onye mere alu nda niile balo na akiko. I don't know. So please, dear friends, I hear video kwana again because on that note, I want to appreciate all the whole media warriors of IPOB, those that are supporting Mazen Namdi. Can Chineke gozi unu? Oguni na inu abu in vain. Ekenelo unu niile. Ma writer so, mandene broadcast so, mandene share, mandene comment section chuku gozi unu niile. Maka na anyị emeligo, anyị emecha na melie. Chineke gozi unu ma gozi bigo unu oke. So on that note, ka emesịa na ụmụ Chineke.
Daalụ rienne. Acha na China. The queen of violence. Oh, inwelo duplicate. Ndị atacha afọ na nke ikpeazụ ha ya ajụchi ha ogini. The best thing here ha ya eme ya abalụ ulu bụ ha just nọ na kpuo silent. Ha ekwukwe n'okwu again. So, okay, knowledge gaa n'iru. Mana wonder kwesịrị ibu ụzọ mana gaa n'iru after gị nwa wonder gazi. Okay, knowledge because when you near chance. Wonder gaa n'iru. Use all your time.
Thank you. All my time. So,
MAP.
yeah, it's a good one. The one in it's a good one. Thank you. I said you go to say, it is a
There we.
I watch it. I thank God for this day. I'm going to answer that word. Since you never go like I am maybe. But thank God for this day. I'm actually good at it. I'm jamming actually like IPOB. Now, only come to ship and I'm near Hamburg.
Okay, your bone nature by IPOB na Germany all the very simple. Mmeche this video, you contact him. I think I will contact Mazi Abraham Obonna, which is a Germany national coordinator. Then through him, Ogwazie Bino, then Ogwagi coordinator in charge of the place. So each my number, yeah. Okay, MH send the message. Na my na inbox, then I will let you know.
Okay, we do it just to see killer in
There we Daalụ rienne. Knowledge, over to you.
Yes, Mazi, Amy. Well, actually, I talk on key memo a bit of misunderstanding. So all these crises in America, all these things that happen, obviously they will vindicate accusations against most of these people.
Maazị biko dị audible na onwe ndị nọ na Facebook ka ha na-anụ ihe na-ekwu ọfụma.
Okay, as in well, you will open you when you actually put out because some we actually this crisis need a mirror or since all this time it is a way vindicate Mazi Simon Eba because most of these people Mazi Simon Eba pointed fingers to Haka, most of them most of them because Nandi are the more reliable, Nandi are the freedom fighters, Nandi are face of India, China Samuru and the rest of them, Chika, Dozie, the rest of them. Yeah, we want this guy, Papa gave this guy, Bomo, you Pariana, Pariho, Simon Eba. And now, almost in there, this is Simon Eba, or just few people like us, we are there. And if most of the people that were by join or the main IPOB were very sympathy for Simon Ekpa. Yes, because Nyama were a problem with most of them. Han Chinese, India need a cause problem. India put shame on India, or what the source on IPOB. India put shame on the Igbos generally. The good chika is Igawazi, Kenya, actually gave a massive investigate. Do you know that the level he got in Mazin Namdekanu, he got in Mazin Namdekanu, the same level with Mahatma Gandhi, the same level with this American freedom fighter. Let's just go back here. Oh, the level he get you and at Mazin Namdekanu. Nigudi Onion Elemagi, Dika Eta Adanwanya Sue, edoziem, whereby you see that Chika Kenya game and investigate. You want it, we didn't move on Kali. Yeah, Mazina Mikano, all try, where only walk everybody, where may everybody accept.
Maazị daalụ rienne before ị ga-aga n'iru chelu ka anyị gbatịkwanụ somokwu ihe dị a. Maazị knowledge
Yes, I'm here.
ndị ahụ follow Simon Ekpa ha bụ IPOB member before he follow Simon Ekpa.
Yes, I'm here on network.
Yes, ka njụ ga-asị gị ndị ahụ follow Simon Ekpa we are there an IPOB member before he follow Simon Ekpa. Yeah? Ọ dị ka netwọk ga-enwe ego nsogbu but ebe ọ bụ na netwọk gị na-enwe nsogbu nga gee ntị maybe for record purpose. Ọ bụ na ị gere ihe nna gụ here ọ bụrụ na ị nọ na isonye Simon Ekpa because of the activities of this bunch of lunatic former members of DOS. Now the press release from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who you still call your leader, he said that everyone who was suspended or expelled from IPOB have been set aside, that you should go back to IPOB family. And Simon Ekpa is not an exception to that very statement. In other words, if Simon Ekpa comes out, he is free to go back to IPOB and start as an IPOB member. Now, Ishi Mumba, now Simon Ekpa will go his movement. Then, the people who follow here, they abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and they start calling another person their leader. Then, what is different between who abandon Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and start calling another person his or her leader with the so-called Ndi Community Primary School Biafrans? So, this at this point now, it's not all about vindicating person or not vindicating person. Here, I made it very clear that the actions of these people push you Simon Ekpa. It got to that extent that these people that Simon Ekpa could have worked diligently with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the errors or mistakes that he would have avoided it because he will work under the guidance of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because of your arrow, can now walk under the guidance of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, can damn milli or can make mistake he cause to get something. So anything Simon Ekpa have suffered today is because of the incompetence of these former members of DOS. They push it. And Simon Ekpa made a mistake by falling in their trap. That is the only thing. But as it is now, I urge every members of IPOB and the Mekpoli autopilot or Mekpoli anything to come back to the family. And when you head the autopilot now or government in Israel, what we want you now is to come back and let us build this IPOB and focus on one direction. under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the directive of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, under these honorable leaders appointed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the founder and the leader of IPOB, you will see that IPOB will work strong and the Biafra will be restored more easier and faster than you think. So at this point in time, we are not here to vindicate any person or tell you, oh, you have the most important thing now is that if you are truly genuine and you are fighting for Biafra, at this point in time, you need to forget any crisis and put them in the past, because you were hot, I was hot, Mazi was hot, everybody was hot. But being a leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader. He has taken the decision and he has set the record straight, making that everyone has been forgiven, or whatever that happened in the past, let it remain in the past. Come back and fight for the Biafra you believe in. So if Simon Ekpa come out today, I will gladly welcome him in IPOB family. But up to today, government in exile, I will still move on, because we have the like of Masop, the like of Prince William, which is the Biafran Nation League. We have the like of Barrister Onwuka, which is Biafran Zionist movement. We have the like of Biafran Year One Nation, led by Innocent Oji. These people are on their own. So if you come out and you feel like you want to be on your own and start doing things in your own way, then kudos to you. Go ahead. Nobody have problem with that. Where we have problem with you is when you start, instead of you standing on your feet and you link IPOB to your activities or use the name of IPOB or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in one way or the other, you have a very serious big problem. But as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the memo, if we not here, also again, everyone, those who was expelled or suspended, should return back and they reintegrated into the family. Those people that Mazi appointed in their positions, they should also return and restore back their positions. In other words, it will a coordinator and they, because of one thing or the other, chika edoziem chogi, you will be autopilot. Come back, you will still become a coordinator. Always batazi a coordinator, ibidozi ezuzu. One I show quite exit die man is serious. So this point in time, I took everything start here afresh, so that Kaimalundi where the zeal and the energy to fight for Biafra restoration. All hand on ya. Dalurian knowledge. I am here for each one you gave vindicate or only my vindicate because.
Can I say something?
There because okay. Chaluna will end the you could go the first one. I use 1 minute, just 1 minute. Can say tell you your time here. Why are you?
Thank you. No problem. Based on you, overall, and how they should join IPOB. Let me tell. I want to. This is my own suggestion. Because in freedom fighting, we're almost under one body. And we take more different groups. In case they allow their own, but let them work together. Then all the hard work work together. We almost work at one name. That work with their own. That work with the and let them come to one table for different group. That would be understand. But instead, maybe now they have to say now was in the wishes in the SDOS. Have a propaganda because La Simon Logic group, you know, the matter IPOB. But to HFA got their followers, La Simon they pull out from this group. Mazi gemunti na ma like ma dey watch mu clock akazu abunige my speech agwangi na Simon Pota that I will gladly welcome him back in IPOB. The reason Jikwe he was IPOB before onwe problem with the former DOS member obulo with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Simon he is still loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You cannot be loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see me, you have form your group. There is when you acknowledge the question Julia. This so Simon Ekpa, are they IPOB member or Shimu? Yes. Now, what are you now saying? My brother, Obunige Monti, Akbom Masop here.
kpọọlụ gị Biafran Nation League, kpọọlụ gị Biafran Zionist Movement, kpọọlụ gị Biafran ihe nwanụ nation by Innocent Oji. These are group. I never tell any of them to come join IPOB, but mụ na gị na-abụ mana Simon Ekpa and the group autopilot or government in exile, people that were offended in IPOB, and some were expelled, and some people noticed that in former DOS members, they are not doing anything. They are out of that, they move out. Now that person in akpọ your leader agwago gị that na ya achụgo these people that ikakwete believe on in a fighting for Biafra, come with that one umbrella. A man look at the ship with 20 umbrella. The two captain can never be in a ship. So here there. I mazema when boy I be here. Oboni try fight for Biafra under Mazinam Nikan in no under IPOB. Oboni try no under IPOB nature in Olonwegi. In Olonwegi remove all the name of IPOB and anything that has to do with IPOB from whatever you are doing. There's no two ways about it. Isa fa nagike etinyene son name na fa nagi. No na he mi onwele be na emi. So that is the only thing we igwa gị na nke ahụ. Thank you. The young, welcome to the program. Okay, ndewo. I think University of Biafra bụ ụzọ bịa. I think University of mba dozie eweniwe dozie, go ahead. Dozie, are you there? Ọ dị ka dozie na alala ụla. My brother, ada alala ụla here. Mkpọ oge gị na ọ bụ na ị ka nọ. Ị bịago? Okay. Ndewo. Ndewo. Daalụ rienne. I think University of Biafra ọ gbajugodolu na nye anyị ọnụ.
Okay, map.
Ndewo. Daalụ rienne.
Thank you so much for your great efforts. A genuine and sincere efforts always yield genuine fruits, which you have done. You and so many of this team have worked so very hard that Mazin and Dekano have decided to take a bold step that will reset the system for the betterment of Biafran people, for the well-being of Biafran people, and for their mental health. I can assure you, Mark, that since you do make this pronouncement, many people get healed a little bit. Now at least they know where Onyandu plays Mark. Onyandu take a direct decision as a man. Sometimes in battle, you have to make some necessary decisions. It's not because it's very good or very bad, but because it is required to sustain the moment. So the momentum is high. I appreciate all genuine Biafrans who are doing the needful. I'd like to thank you all for what you are doing in your various little jurisdiction, if I may put it that way. So, but Map, you spoke very well. There are a lot of groups. There are a lot of groups inside the Biafran system, and there's going to be an organization that will ensure how we move forward. So, when
ọ dị ka netwọk ya.
Mba, ọ bụrụ ụmụ onye na-ekwu okwu, echere m na onye ahụ ego finish. Okay. So, Map, like I was saying, if there is split in a system, and the system is coming back, there are approaches that are designed. That's why Oyendu set up this team. And in the next steps, Oyendu might be making some statements that we adjust the things and shaping things in the way that it will suit every parties involved. And that is why the IPOB DOS, the authentic IPOB DOS, if I put it that way, the ones that are sacred and divine, you know what I mean? That's the ones that are chosen by Oyendu, because Oyendu's words are, most of us consider it sacred. So these divine people, that's why they are going to be instrumental in making sure that these things will be very, very well organized. Nobody's going to join or support any system that is very disorganized. And the first step, Oyendu have made the first step, have made second steps, and now Oyendu has given the people a room to make another steps. Why he will be working along with us. You see that Oyendu remains the leader of the system. So the leadership is not dead, the leadership is alive. So even the hijack of the system, the leadership, it still didn't work, even if they used propaganda to do it. And then, like I said, the DOS are going to be very, very material in ensuring that we fix things in the way we move forward. We are not going to be using emotions. We are not going to be using pressure. Map, we are fighting for our land. We are not going anywhere. And we are not running. You understand? And also like you to understand that there are still a lot of projects that are on ground. People are putting money inside. And you know that this money is very, very much of essence. It doesn't come so easily. And people are putting their resources in various places. I don't know what other people are doing, but some people are doing some things in their places. And the way I look at it is how every group is going to succeed and is going to work together. I know that it might be complex because we have not started anything and everybody's been quiet, but we are going to get through it. I want to beg Biafrans not to use emotion for anything. We are one family. Nobody is going anywhere. Everybody will be working. If peradventure worst come to worst, people will work in their various groups, but with respect to the decisions of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? And you must also know that there are also places Nnamdi Kanu hasn't finished. You understand? There are advisory councils. There's going to be a lot of things. Biafra is complex, it's big, it's huge. The network of the enemy we are fighting, they even have more groups than us. And we were supposed to be taking advantage of every fallout from our system against the enemy. We are still, nobody can destroy IPOB. We are still that one people. You know, and our enemy is still one, that very particular enemy. And our destination is still that same particular Biafra. So we are going to work together. We're going to find a way to make official things, documentation. People should do the required paperwork. If Oyendu attention should be sought on several things. And also, I'm not saying that they will be taking absolute decision from Oyendu like they are not able to run the system. Oyendu trust them, that's why I handle them, that authority. So, on some certain high-level decision, it may require that Oyendu consent be sought on some certain things, and we will fix things. Don't be worried, Map. Your people are your people. You understand?
Exactly.
We are your people, and you are our people. You can call it autopilot, call it Biafran Republic Government in Ezra. Yes, we have Biafran Republic Government in Ezra, and we are doing a lot. We are doing a lot, I can assure you. Even if the kinetic style is abolished, but we focus that energy somewhere. and that place is going to
Okay,
be
Obi Dalurienne asa nwaanyị ọma. Sorry, Mazi University, Mazi Bright.
yeah.
Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. So we are actually doing a lot. The only thing that causes slow motions or that causes some lapses in our system is resources. But these resources we are there. We have both the human resources and the material. But some people were still not genuine. There are people who also mention Mazi Simon Ekpa, but they don't have it at heart there. Why they are digging, working. Some of them are even working with prosecutors. Some of them are working with Nigeria. Why we have meeting, Nigeria have same record we have in our meetings. So these were some of the type of people who were working with us, even from the one. When Mazi Simon was arrested, we didn't have time to even think about Mazi Simon Ekpa. It was very sad for me when I was quietly watching our people. Some people just hijacked the system. They were waiting. Some government have even Oyendokon is just play. Another government have even been formed. Why all of us? Why Simon was still there without his knowledge? So it goes on and on like that. And after that one, another one came that even our resources was going to Auto Body and Paint Company in the US. And so we have to decide to make Simon to make statement that stabilize that place a bit. If not, the internal war is almost the same from both sides. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Because of this particular subject that made me pick up the mic, I was enjoying your preaching.
Okay, thank you, Mazi, because maybe you go try reach me because we have to come back together. Regarding everything anyone is doing, it will be more effective when we come together and match with one voice and one energy. At that point, we will know people that are sabotaging and people that are genuinely. Because I think the reason why some people go out, those problems has been solved. And at this point in time, you need to show the world that we are capable of coming together to govern ourselves as a body. You must put it in practice. So my brother, there's something I want to say, but for because here is a social media, I will not say it here. Then maybe when we talk, I will tell you, because there are major steps that needed to be taken, not by you, but directly from Mazi Simon Ekpa, and that will help solve a lot of problem again if he can take also that bold step to make things. So I will tell you those ones later. Thank you, my brother. And before I will proceed, there is some announcement I want to make here. Please, if you are residing in places like Brazil and you are an IPOB member under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and you are loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, please reach out to us. You must reach out to us. If you don't have a place you are holding your meeting, also reach out to us. And we want to establish many things in those places. And for those of you who are in Brazil and you think you are not going to be loyal to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Brazil is a country that has a rule of law. When you will go to prison, don't say upon all the sacrifice you made in IPOB, they have the mind to send you to prison. So you better to revise now. Revise. Your allegiance must be to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And those of you who are coordinators, maybe in one way you are afraid of being suspended or someone calling your name, don't be afraid. You are the real IPOB member. Reach out to us. We will guide you and tell you how to move forward. If you are in Brazil, you are an IPOB member, or you want to join IPOB member, or you want to start in Brazil, either you reach out to me, Mazi Achebepon, or you reach out to Mazi Metusela, or you reach out to Prince Darlington, or you reach out to Nwada Chalugo, or you reach out to any member of Biafran Vanguard, or any member of the new Directorate of State, FOB, Ejiro, and the rest, so that we will start work. Making IPOB great again is a task that every one of us must carry out. So if you are in Brazil, reach out to me. Then if you also in Thailand and Tobago, the same thing is applicable. Jamaica, the same thing is applicable. Argentina, the same thing is applicable. Colombia, the same thing is applicable. Bahamas, the same thing is applicable. And Bolivia. If you are in these places, please try to reach out so that we'll make sure that IPOB will be strong in that place. And you must be under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And if anybody is in those countries and you are claiming to be an IPOB member and you are paying your allegiance to the people that have been sacked, know that if we notice it, we will also pick you up and you will not like the outcome. It's a warning and an information. So take note on that. Almost here, Biafra. Thank you. And let us go to, I think, Amy. Amy, it's your turn now.
Ma'am, can I quickly say something? 1 second, please? Yes. Okay, thank you. Can I speak?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let me begin to ask maybe somehow question to the people here before I begin. Paul, I know you from maybe part of Igbo land. I don't want to mention your state or where you came from. Let me give you an example. If you are a member of, you live in Italy here, and you are from Enugu State, for instance, and you are not a member of the union here in Enugu State, here in Italy, because I know they have a Enugu State Association here, or let me say Nigerian community in Rome here, or in Italy here, you are not a member, and but you are a Nigerian actually, and the community here represent Nigeria, but you particularly are not a member, and they want to change the leadership. They go out from the membership for those in the cycle of the Nigerian community here and take somebody from somewhere to make him a leader. How do you find such an action? Is that correct or wrong?
Now you say if you are not if you are Nigeria and you are not a member of Nigerian community
In Rome,
in Rome.
A member of that organization in Nigerian community in Rome here. or
Wait,
in Italy here.
because your question you are confusing yourself. You say if I'm from Enugu, as example, and I'm a member in Enugu,
I return it again. I return it. Don't even to use Enugu.
Then-
Use Nigerian the white.
then use one. Make your example with one thing and go straight with your question now.
Let me clear you. You are a Nigerian, and there is a Nigerian community here in Italy here, which people go to there and attend meeting. So anytime they want to change leadership, secretary, financial secretary, or chairman, do they go outside that membership and take somebody, any Nigerian who doesn't belong to that association? Do they do that? Is that correct? If they do that,
It depends on the rule that they made that is guiding them. Because if as a Nigeria, as a country, as a Nigeria, you have right to be anything, because Nigeria is a country. As I am today, there is Nigeria community here. I am not a Nigeria, I cannot go there. But if I accepted to be a Nigeria, I can go there anytime, any day, and join them and do whatever they are doing, and nobody can stop me not to take a place. Now bring it to the question you have. Wait, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. I know where you are going. We are here before before your question come. We know where you are driving to. Now your question now is going to the new Directorate of State, right?
of course.
Now for tell you say we know where you dey go. You will petition am and get bigger land. Now, before now, do you know the man who is Avid and who is Avid working for?
Avid is not IPOB. and it
Question,
cannot be
simple
coming from
question.
Avid.
Wait, Avid, who are they working for? Simple question. I love answering simple question. Avid, who are they working for?
They are working for themselves.
Okay.
For themselves, in the establishment of themselves.
And who are they communicating to?
Probably not for the struggle. For
Okay,
themselves and their own.
okay. Since you don't know, that is an assignment you need to go and check. work on that. Then when you get the and when you know it, you come out. Now, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in court, who did he say he authorized to raise fund for him?
I heard they said something like that they should support affiliate, not.
Oh, you had, and yet you answer to me that you don't know. Now, who is in charge of creating structures in IPOB?
Now, is the leader of IPOB leadership? The leadership, I mean the leadership.
Which of the leadership? Can you tell me which of the leadership?
Leadership has a structures.
So, which person is in charge of creating structure in IPOB? Then you give me an example, you mention and give me the example of the structure the person created.
Okay, the structure of IPOB, maybe you are once an IPOB, so maybe if you know you're supposed
Don't use maybe, be specific. Well, that's a logo now. Look, I'm we have seen a lot of them. Cheluna, I am equal to the task. My position is PRO, which is part of me is maintaining the image of IPOB in the public. Nwoke mechie n'ọnụ na ọka isolu nwaanyị kọwa ọnụ. Ị chọrọ iso nwaanyị kọwa ọnụ? Mba, ka isolu nwaanyị kọwa ọnụ na ngwa ka agbapelu gị maịkọ ya solu nwaanyị kọwa ọnụ. Mkpọzie gị sista Emi na esi na m akpalịa gị. Ma ị nọ na nna aka amị adan, ifu na nna aka amị adan, ị ga-anọ nwayọ ka m control my platform. Ị chọọ na ịkọ ọnụ ka nwaanyị, as if na emepelu na bụ mic na ị akọta nwa ọnụ gị. Then ifu ka nna aka ọ n'iflo na nna aka amị adan. Mgbe na aka m gị dan n'ọlụ chelu ka ọ na mmiri dị gị nso biko gbalụgodo mmiri nwụọ. Ịnwụcha mmiri, you breathe in, breathe out, so that ka ị nachiete. Anọgo m na this your situation by ka na-amụ ọlụ na social media, so nkịta anyị bụ professionals ọkụghọta, so anya nọchagodi ya. Biko my moderator hapụzi ya ka mụ na-akpa nkata, ọ deserve mmiri. Emi ngwa biko kpọọlụ m afọ onye dị in charge of creating structure na IPOB and the alpha structure. Chelo agbana speed anyị chọrọ ịmụta from you. Kpọọlụ m afọ onye dị in charge of creating structure na IPOB and the structure onye ahụ create goal.
Well, the structure in IPOB is being created by the leadership.
Ọ bụla ihe njoge ka ị na-aza, asị gị leadership abụla afa mmadụ. Asị gị kpọọlụ m afa na onye ma ndị dị in charge of create structure na IPOB, then ịkpa afa structure ha create. Simple question.
Good. Now, it's a very simple question. When I say leadership, it means the governing body of IPOB. That's what it means. And which is number one, Onyendu is number one, and the rest of IPOB has a lot of structures, DOS and all the rest of them. So, and the IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, any structure being created is created under DOS, which Nnamdi Kanu is a member of DOS. Are you not aware?
Ka onye create DOS. Just kpọọlụ m afa mmadụ na abụ outside Mazi Nnamdi Kanu create DOS.
It was formed among the leadership there.
Pay attention to question. Asị gị kpọọlụ m afa mmadụ na abụ except Mazi Nnamdi, wepụ afa Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, then name 2 people that take part in creating of DOS. Only 2 people.
Whichever was member then was among them then.
Mm-hmm.
Imam Mezu was a member then.
Mm-hmm.
And Omiomio was a member then.
Okay, ngwadalụ rie chelu na n'ikuchego ka edi ye omimi join IPOB.
Omiomio was in IPOB before 2012, sir.
You are in IPOB before 2012 and IPOB was created in 2012. Wow.
No, I said IPOB created 2012. I said it was in IPOB around 2012. 2012, yeah, exactly.
2012.
We started IPOB with almost the time the IPOB became Omiomio.
So how many people started IPOB? Can you remember?
When they started IPOB people now, if one they started big, I go and make a mess.
this man from Italy, get up this man in Italy, get up this man, and Italy, forget that. Here go video, here go Chemefo, here go a lot of people here are going to go to IPOB.
ngwa na-ege ntị ihe mmadụ na-amalọ bi ọgbọ ị na-ege m ntị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu was a member of Mazop. Are you aware of it?
Of course.
Uchemefo, is he a member of Mazop?
No.
On Azov Freedom before mgbe Mazop, mgbe Maazị nọ under Mazop, Uchemefo on Azov Freedom?
No.
Emeka Emesiri on Azov Freedom?
Of course, yeah.
Under which platform?
Under that Mazop and his own building his own way of creating it.
Okay.
This Radio Biafra was part of his plan.
Chelu, Emeka Emesiri under was Rike, right, according to you?
Yeah, most of them.
Most of them. Now, mgbe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu shi na Mazop pụọ, ọnya na Emeka Emesiri so wepụ. Ajụlọ ebe ọ nọ. I didn't ask you where he was. I asked you mgbe o shi na Mazop pụọ, ọnya na Emeka Emesiri gang up wepụ.
No, I can't tell you that.
Kedu ebe ụzọ wepụ? Kedu ebe ụzọ wepụ?
I can't tell you ebe ụzọ pụọ.
Okay, malụ ebe ụzọ wepụ.
Yes.
Now, ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu pụọ na Mazop, gịnị ka o bido mewe?
After many years, he began to work for the establishment of his own to take over.
He begin. Why
He
need you?
began to work.
Why need use lo de begin?
He began to work, which is not the only one. They started with this man, Imam Mezu, and all of them established IPOB.
Now, he check here the registration of IPOB. How many names can I for there?
Now, when you say IPOB, the registration of IPOB, it was many names, but let everything change.
Like how many names?
At least 3-4 names was there.
Can you mention them?
Imam Mezu was there. Barrister Imam Mezu was there. Uchemefo was there. And Nnadikal was there. There's a $1 guy in the Jufa here. Was there. About 4 of them.
Ngwa na-ege ntị, ihe nọ there bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu and Uchemefo. Ịma ihe anyị ji agba unu nkịtị ka unu kwuchee ka obi unu dị bụ ka people wee mata na unu amaghị ihe nọ na IPOB. Ọ bụrụ na mamalọ ka m ga-eji short gị up or incorrect gị early. Mana the reason ji agba many people nkịtị ma ha na-aza question bụ ka ha nwee ike wepụta onwe ha, because one of my favorite quote is that you cannot defend former DOS members without sounding stupid. And enwebeghị onye pụtagolu defend ha without sounding stupid. Now, na-ege m ntị, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu started IPOB alone. Then when he started, mgbe ibido something, mgbe aka ị ga-ebido wee chọba onye ga-join gị, already ibido gị, because you are divisional bearer. Adịla Igbo ya bụ visional bearer. Mmadụ na-aba na ha enwe abụ visional bearer ma ọ bụ na dị knowledgeable enough to know the meaning of visional bearer. So ofu onye bụ ihe na-ebu. So when that person discover onwe, then he start working. When you start working, you have established something. Then when he start, we got some people later join him. That you join does not mean that no man give bidole. And the Mazi understand that one person cannot build a organization. Then when people started seeing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mbobidolo IPOB, then they started joining. So the person who bidolo IPOB single-handedly bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Emeka Emesiri bụzi later ka join. That's why nji jụọ gị ya kedu nya na ị na-eme IPOB, then Maazị apụta anyị niile je bido nya, then ejezi register. Ọ bụrụ sọsọ afa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ya adị na with Maazị Uchemefo and one other person etinye there. And that person now after ha cannot there, even Uchemefo afia can on a Radio Biafra, you cannot remove it. Once it in half the place, for now organ no lily there. The person is no longer active or have been removed. So those people now in a chegwam na ma say hijack IPOB from them.
Sir,
Zion and Maza hijacked IPOB from them.
I will not tell you that he hijacked IPOB from them. But what you said is not the fact.
Now, if me and you start something, do we have equal right or not?
If Mona Gada Bogacho find their business and you got
so, in other words, if those people you mentioned started it with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu equally, Mazi have no right to sack them, true or false?
Depends their way, but he has no right to sack them unless only can sack him for money.
Okay, so who sacked Emeka Mesri?
Emeka Mesri left by himself. Nobody sacked him.
Okay, nobody sacked him. So, get the reason no duration or them, Messi?
They left for him. There's a lot of issues that rises every day, every time in the organization.
And he cannot bear it. Okay. And the Cholo Kolu there.
Now, how do you get all those things from them?
Okay, now IPO, when the former Omiomio group Mbachoha, the same procedure they used to get IPOB properties in those people's hand is the same procedure we will use to get this one from this one's hand.
Like the former IPOB National Coordinator Ogoro.
On the question, Bonyachulia. Now, the IPOB because where the highest power to suspend the madam or each madam.
That is the problem you don't know about.
Now, quote asking in IPOB.
The highest authority to sack, to remove, to put is the leadership. That is the DOS.
That is the leadership. That is the DOS. Is the IPOB code of conduct there? Nya kan ochom ka ijiro ọnụ gị gụọ anya that is why you echi gị mejie there ọ bụ na ijiji ị ga-akpọ your number ka m forward ọrụ gị ka ị gụpụtala anyị na ngwa gee ntị here section 2 IPOB Command and Control Policy. Subsection A, Appointment and the Dismissal. Okay? The power to appoint, suspend, and or dismiss erring principal officers vested exclusively on the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, except and to the extent that he clearly and expressly delegate that power to any other principal officer. In nwere ike ịkọwala anyị ihe ngwu biko. Mgbagbalie ya for layman understanding. Anyị agala akwụkwọ.
Na the indigenous people of Biafra na onye ike dị aka ya iwepụga ma ite ige inuchi onye ọbụla dịle enyere na ọsụsọ n'aka Nnamdi Kanu ka ọ dị. Mana oles ma o nwere ikikere anyefe onye ọhịa ịbụrụ ebe akwe.
Okay. Now,
more section behind it again.
Now, ihe ego kita or shigi leadership.
No, I said the more section behind it.
Okay. Subsection B. Principal officers, servants. That is I. Principal officers, servant refer to all persons appointed by the leader of IPOB to serve the Biafran people in any particular position or capacity. 2. To determine the suitability and the capability of a designated principal officer. The officer shall undergo basic vetting. 3. Principal officers include but not exclusive to all persons serving in any capacity in one or more structure or department of IPOB as enumerated in section 1 of the Code of Conduct. Number 4, all official positions held by any member of IPOB are held primarily and exclusively for the service of the Biafran people. All positions with Number 5, all positions with the exception of the office of the leader of indigenous people of Biafra are held on probational basis. Number 6, all appointments by the leader of IPOB for position or positions are for an initial period of 6 months, automatically renewable for a further 6 months, taking the performance of the principal servant holding a particular position at any given time into consideration. In nwere ike ịkọwalụ m that number 5 m go there ihe o mean. Mgbe kọwaa ihe niile kọwalụ ndị our viewers ka ha ghọta ihe ngo biko. Echikwa m ka mụ gụlụ gbadawa na ngwụlụ gbadawa. Imeniri ya. Ana-akọgheri. Jee jụkwa ese onye nọrọ m na-akụ na-eme nkọgheri m ga-acha nna ị na-akọgheri akọgheri ahụma nke a na m ekwu ya so that is why mmadụ anaghị anọ m na-akwa akọgheri akọgheri ọ na-adị m irritating na ngị nwa na-ege ntị maazị ịnọ here just now seem that na code of conduct nyelo IPOB leadership DOS the power to suspend or appoint ọrụ ikwu mgbe egụpụtazielu gị code of conduct na uche kọwara ya ọkwefu n'ọsọsọ maazị Nnamdi Kanu nwere power to suspend, dismiss or ihe dị a. By who?
By the leadership.
Which of the leadership?
Nnamdi Kanu and the leadership was amended. It was amended.
Ka ebe maazị na ka ebe the reason you actually cannot defend the US without sounding stupid. But you are making mockery of yourself, not we. Onye wa ya aza that question ma meche na.
Listen to me. Biafra, when you say community, community is of the people. Whatever I call it, of the people. People is community. So community abro no community abro
code of conduct.
we have IPOB community radio. IPOB community radio. So that whatever the point is, community has been involved in IPOB. IPOB community radio have been existing for a very long time. And the community is also part of the IPOB.
Are you a member of IPOB community? Or are you a member of IPOB? Okay, you are welcome. She Imam Mutamwa. Mano machelo ngwa ka ibali godi iko kita isi ni ji ogbe na abo which ngachelo ni mole amu meaning that ne tori ato which means he go old oga mana old person ekweshi di na reason yi na reason old man kweshi di na reason with wisdom because
Ihe
Ngwazie.
m chọrọ isi gị bụ
personally, I'm over 2 years now. You have not participated in anything IPOB over 2 years now. Last time we're gonna in on IPOB, we're gonna in on rally in a room. That's the last I saw you. Now, the point I want to say is that you are offering to him, go to Water Biafra. I wish all of you the best. Thank you very much. And you never know. You need to go actions. So all the action of the take care now.
Okay.
Within 6 months or 1 or 3 months or 2 months, go to Jonathan the US down on
The young children now. The young cello, Amy Chris Mutu onwegi. Community. Obagosa. I know what face. Nah. Sister Chizzy, I'm going to actually answer here. In Nanya na fine, you talk if not the miss, but I see send Daniel disappointment in the Zibuibu. Diana Basin, no. Onye abụdị okenye ọkwa ndị mụ na ha nọ n'Italy here. Ndewo ezigbote nwaada daalụrie nne mana anyị ka ya do Jizọs anyị ụdọ. Regina ngwa gaa n'iru.
Under the leadership of Mazen Namde
leadership of DOS or Imam Mezu or Chukwemekiranya or Omiomio or Uche Nasi, even Uche Mefo, not the leadership of Uche Mefo. It was leadership of Maazi Nnamdi Kanu. That simply means Nnamdi Kanu is the owner of IPOB. All the Hengema, that transformer. Secondly, Maazi Paul, side I am never sitting here on a side that. Side that I know. Phone.
Okay.
For over 3-4 years now, he had never agriculture. Every agriculture.
Na lugbo no ngunu n'olu.
It's a rep beside that. Every day for a meeting. Rep when the house I want to talk about Mazi country or talk about agriculture. Agriculture. Every day agriculture. More and more so any delay by this particular side I know so that I can look and see the things I go off and these people be there this blackmail on time. I saw it. They started it on time. That is why this country more our members yeah they publish say the Kanu siblings. Siblings. Or this is a bank of the Kanu siblings or that is our account San Diego or this country I'm a man San Diego and this are San Diego or why goes his son there and the Abia State or for Zenke for people or family Mazin and the Kanu. But every day Hannah's Mazin and the Kanu have been contributing in this particular agriculture. Agriculture. More album Nangana country agriculture. Agriculture for over 3 years. I know agriculture because I did get here other side that I'm going to way forward because
Okay.
about the chika edoziem.
Don't worry, ihe niile ya dị under control very soon. Onye na-ekwetara many people ya abakpunga because Chika Edoziem ga-alapụta a lot of them. And ihe ndị atọ m ọchị bụ na Chika Edoziem nọ Sweden. Mgbe those people ga na-efesi na their country, Chika Edoziem cannot come there to save them. Because Chika Edoziem ga-anọ na Sweden na-pass through hell nke ya. That is the truth. Isi m wepụta code of conduct maka ndị na I mean the oath etake ka ngụtụrụ ha obele before because onye na-asị na ọmalụ the oath gwa gị ọchị I slowly na ihe apụnụ n'ihu ihe dị ana. Okay, I hereby solemnly and voluntarily swear to be absolutely loyal to the leadership of indigenous people of Biafra and the director of Radio Biafra, Maazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that I will never engage in any act of insubordination to Chelo Kambiano ya dị ezigbo tiny. Chelo Kambiano dị ezigbo tiny. That the Keben Koshi, I absolutely loyal to the leadership of indigenous people of Biafra and the director of Radio Biafra, Maazi Nnamdi Kanu, that I will never engage in any act of insubordination. Neither should Maazi Nnamdi Kanu be insubordinate to the citizens of the indigenous people of Biafra or do anything to jeopardize the Biafra restoration. I also swear to be truthful and honest in all our undertaking and we never do anything to betray the cause of the Biafra restoration. The cause of Biafra restoration of sovereign nation state of Biafra. I swear that I will never endanger the life of my fellow principal officers or any Biafran in working assiduously for the restoration of Biafra under the leadership of Maazi Nnamdi Kanu. If I go against any of these things, may Chukwu Okike Abiama strike me dead and will completely wipe out my family and the generation in Chukwu Okike Abiama name, I swear. Now, will any of them know Chika Edoziem leadership or Uche Mefo leadership?
Code of conduct is something. Oath
Yes, now.
All these people know like Yara now. Or how they create
Yeah.
or how much all of we get down with how we can feel all of we ordinary yen de la pepper. Or come or when you had you Simon that time. Well, take the oath. It's not an oath member. Well, how I take the oath? How they protect the oath? Or let me out against the against.
Mazi, taking oath at 2015 February when Mazi, when Emambes was coming on Radio Biafra, Grill for the Raya, and all the rest of them, they were coming on Radio Biafra and they would campaign about this oath. They only impose that this oath must be changed. That simply means they know that the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Namdekam, is the owner of IPOB. So if you want to do your own agitation, chicken edoziem and Gina Samohi, you should go and establish your. Why are you afraid? Why are they afraid? That simply means they are not man enough. They are not man enough. If I thought that you want to imagine, catechist just the Catholic more than Pope.
But yeah, they are cardinal actually Saki Pope.
Some of the time, I am not platform. I'm principal officer. Office principal officer. National coordinator. Everybody is a principal officer. Everybody is now national coordinator. I am the national coordinator. So I know. Oh, you have to learn agriculture for 3 good years. They will not open up to people. Now they will tell you to go to and join IPOB family so that you can get information. We will be national coordinator. We don't even have information. Now, how will I
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, lovers of freedom. Please, I want you to share this video. Make sure that it reaches Chief Edoziem hand. So I want you to share it. Okay. There we can know from Biafran people none are here there because or the necessary no need. Here there. These are Biafran people.
Today's date. 15 June 2026. Yes, today was 15 June 2026. I see I work at today in Akwa Ibom. IPOB under the leadership of Mazen Americano. Guys, is better. But check I go because you know Rosia, which area chika edoziem, who the head of DOS, onion do have Njama. Stop shaking the camera, we are straight. One Mazen Nam deputize our leader for Mazen Nam the camera. Because you have now Rosia to Saya. I went to Oku for violence. He said, Oku, General Yakana was struggle. Tata, you should have our IPO under the leadership of Mazen Nam the camera. It doesn't matter. Kamali swear to his stage, you come up for an about for us under higher. I will touch, no problem, God will judge. So I will talk to because only one for Vida to say, go room as a chicken to see him. Now, the principal officers concerning the enemy was struggle. The eye to the good, he never do the organization. Nobody paid us. And what are you guys saying there?
Now, here they are here you away better video. A map any show. Mbe ha na-eme when he introduce here IPOB Biafra land. Hashtag this is IPOB under the leadership of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Onwele be no IPOB under the leadership of Chika Edoziem. IPOB members knows who is their leader. Most of the principal officers in so this former DOS when they Michigan. If most of them bonding balumba where Podonye no na that position allegation a where on there however obulo by merit. Odemado deka kekoda. Ntukwasa Romanus Ogorasi. Kewe wopie. Iya bundi another place because how mana hard law genuine. They are all evil. Okay, what? So now, can any of you go to a place where a na-ekwu maka IPOB both from code of conduct, from the oath, or from the introduction. Ị ga-afụ the chika edoziem leader, you can see it. So achọrọ m igbu oge because anyị ga-abịa ka anyị bịa kpụtụtụ ya anyị ka anyị bido n'isi again before anyị ga-agbadata anyị. At this time around anyị ga na-enye our closing remark. Ka anyị bido with God bless Africa. Anọgo m almost 3 hours plus, na-achụ 4 hours also. God bless Africa. Biko nye anyị your last take on this issue, yana submission. Okay, Onolia. Acha na China. Ngwa gba anyị okwu n'eze.
My closing remark about that now that these criminals have changed their names, from IPOB to Biafra Community Primary School. Like that because now the fear of lawsuit is the beginning of wisdom. Since so to has change name has go to return our things, our properties then release our radio Biafra our radio we media community Biafra nursery and primary school. So all him say can chika edoziem nyagwando tie ha uta ha we blafa IPOB no na side ha focus see ka ha proof see ma say nam they can wrong ka ife ha ga emete. But at the end of the day, obona agbacha osa aga go mile. On that note, oyeta abia ko bia kwa end up ka the factor radio uchelefo because na ihe agwomula ha hito ogologo. Obo ipo na IPOB bisi no igemenwu ihe afula anya because you know na the whole movement the IPOB nwe ihe menwulu. At the end of the day, see no kabopo. So we are not afraid, we are not losing anything. Thank God that IPOB are returned on back to shape again. We are moving forward and ahead. So Biafrans all over the world, those of you actually don't know the announcement here. Na chika edoziem chupo yat of frustration and incompetence. Please come back to IPOB and start where you stopped from. Your position on a check. So that is it. In the Comela point, Hacho has step down and join the IPOB. We are not begging them. So that is it, my people. On that note,
ndewo ezigbote nwa Chineke kara aka daalụ rienne. Acha na China nwunye odogwu ekenekwa m gị. God bless Africa. Yeah, we are back to you.
That's I want April IPOB based on frustrate bill because most of IPOB member because of who's in by the some suspension. So now you're together. Your son and is a master of strategy. All these things made to this extent so that they don't hit these people like this. Nobody will. People like their mother is but I would love any of this. I would recall as getting that, but all have a better full before strike. Which one it is, Madam Emians, where we put the because somebody put her. La, your leader, and you one day and the before, okay, that one, is that you are sensing Chinas and worry because everything that woman exactly and the all Chinas and worry feed this woman with all the information, this fake news that woman that day. And then as advice is that it's better law from that man because that man will lead him into destruction and happening now. So we should come together no matter the differences. We should just come together. Understand? Stand with man because so for so voice here whatever. I know that voice, which is me, I using myself as example. The only voice I know la radio Biafra where join a different movement Mazin and the Kano. That's why any place Mazin and the Kano not today, bank and no. Mazin and the Kano say that message tomorrow. One the more that Kosapa, but as soon as the Mazin and the Kano can at that forefront, one the bank and also, they have to every also now all outside. Also, I want my best friend. One the more support to that tomorrow. I put my zip account. That one have gone through a lot. Because all these people know that you where Kela Ola and Uri Spirit, or not only that would that man for that place or no, or with our social media, lay race. My brother, what they consider that man in Kuran, one of us in the I try another people.
Simple.
So that's my conclusion.
Nde wonwa Chineke dalụrie nne. And Mazi a na-agbadata to you now line by line. I think Tazi 30.
Yeah, Tazi 30.
Okay. Ndewo.
Ihe notisiri gbasara ihe na-emeketa abụọ ndị be anyị nọsi ndị be anyị akpasigo nkata ịghọtago ntu ha esi wee hijack ihe niile ha bikos ntu a na-agwa gị nwa anọ m na Amsterdam IPOB Amsterdam nwa na-agwa ha today ana m agwa ha today kedu chanel anyị ga-eso a ga-eso ụdị ise n'ụdị US ewepụtara na America ịghọtago ka Chika Edoziem majority of people know that most of our coordinator had not support to Chika Edoziem or to the extent self now have broke out of the group because one hour now self new our salo SDOS you have to go sack go and sack but has tarisi para now see no Chika Edoziem nka if you find a corner group, if you didn't have a corner group, the IPOB said, he may not that kind of thing. Don't be about what he go himself. Even self, he ain't getting in a group, they will IPOB, Amsterdam, the Jinan become our leader, new. He has not, indeed, even self, we are not fighting for the state. You have to go. So, he actually, and the Biafra worldwide. Can never in Amsterdam. Can never in Amsterdam because can never in Amsterdam. Because Amsterdam, what I think everybody now to go compromise. A whole coordinator na cotton na the camp. You to go. Did you not do on a son to you? We have a mail to this new US in the Obi Doketa and structure. You have one day I should and die I should. Because Kita and Dana was in Waketa. Because today said, Mwana and Matthew Jassa, but that broke with my group. We was in a media. You have most of them never had a new. Yeah, not to coordinate to up to on a mail. I say, oh, one people here. On the body, you only maybe. I had you one maybe. You have to put on a opinion. And then I show what you opinion. If I stand not going to get what you ever. What pinpoint he home more anything higher. You have to ask a so, Ian, my own because of Kuyota. I make a yes, you way. Now, but I should get to see me because into Supafupa on a pool way of Kuyota. Most of continentals join what Chika Edoziem. Into what Amsterdam
Ngwa Mazi Gente, Emma, mgbe m na-eti mkpu ihe anọ 2 years ago, people na-akpọ m Sabo and na-akpọ m iyi. Now, most of on with because I make your findings. Most of the coordinators Nokita Amala anything Naga IPOB. So they have been brainwashed to hate Mazinam Dekan. Yeah, they brainwash go on. Man yenga agwagebo that forget him on a brainwash him. Now he result ga kpo onwe ombe mgbe a malụ mmadụ na-abụ ma ịtọ ezigbote lawsuit efu ndị ọzọ ahụ amalụzie yes na IPOB na ime hijack nwe nọ under Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Then mgbe mmadụ na-abụ ma ịtọ njenga efu the rest ya eme ihe a na-akpọ gị automatic U-turn. Mgbe a brainwash that is a revise ya because their primary motive of these people before is to instigate ndị Igbo against Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, but had the surprise na people like us resist ha ncha niile, and the kind of ọgwa anyị nọ to make sure that na anyị nọ na this level stage na ha merely expect. So I worry na onwe gị na most of them adịgo compromise. Why? Because most of the coordinators, one, hadịlọ qualify ịnọ na that place. Two, most of the coordinators bụ asị ka ha tụrụ ha nwa gba mgbe ụkpụrụ wee wepụ onye n'obu there. So in order to please people mee ha point ha nọrọ there. So ndị ebere m na-emelụ bụ the members nga afọ ihe na-aga esinika nọ. So ọ na-epụtagolu kịta ọlụ gị na bụ meet ndị anyị mana ha dị sensible enough, gada ha bido your meeting, then you need the bụ inwe contact, then e ga-enye gị akwụkwọ nga cover gị there. Then by the time anyị asụ ndị nke ọzọ ahụ na-ezuzi ya ha akwụkwọ ibute every property nọ n'aka ha, ị ga-afụ ọya eme ha vum n'anya. Anyị nọ n'obodo ụlọ na-emezis ọbụla ihe ọma mee ka magic ọkwụghọta ihe o nwere procedure which is the lawyers and everybody ndị involved ebidogo ọlụ ha. Ịma everything ọ mgbe etinyechara every work nọ in place, ya na-afụ onye ọbụla ya na-receive ya starting from chika edoziem and Chinasa Nworu. Ihe ọ na hide iru ya mgbe a mara ya sampe ka ọ bịa court, mma ama ma onye ekpu mask wee bịa court. Onye a ezigbote mgbada kwuchi AI, onye a na-eme iwelu nke iri eme ego ndị edia onye ori azụrụ azụ. Mana udo dị maazị ka anyị bịa gbadawa ya edia. Knowledge, over to you. Biko nye anyị your opinion and your submission. Knowledge, are you there? Ọ dị ka ime otulu onwe gị. No. Okay, let's go straight to Uzoma. Uzoma. Ndewo. Ngwa maazị ka ihe dị na-ege ntị ihe ahụ na-eme n'Israel, ọ bụrụ na ị nere anya na the press release, those people ifu na-eme ya ihe na ifulafa ha na the press release ya agụ. Okay, that lady na-afụ di ya onye aka a na-akpọ Rachel Nwosu. So ị gaa na the appointment nyanwa bụ the person na represent Maazị Nnamdi Kanu on the diplomatic area. So needless ije tinye ha no logo ready. My Kanu nọ na America with others. So
accusations name were I was like wondering what is happening. So no matter you look at that side, when I try why you going because all we confusion.
Maazị okwu ekiti na-ekwekwuche gị here because ya nọ ọnọdụ ka i repeat okwu. Ị na-anya na memo maazị de ọ sị gị onye ọbụla achụ na IPOB onye ọbụla suspend, these people suspend in one thing or the other, ndị ji iwe wepụ, that everybody should come back to IPOB, and na everything she happy everything taa n'abalị ka ọ bụla anwụ. In other words, Mazi have already thrown the door open for everyone who is genuine to come back to IPOB family. So it's now left for the people who are willing to join the movement and genuinely fight for Biafra restoration. A man for somebody. Okay, so all those things on if you take care your time, got the press release of my eager for everything there. It's even the reason you were thrown there not there. The reason you were point and that point. Even the task, unite the people. So now one of the things Mazigwaha, no one face how to unite IPOB first and make sure that na integrity of IPOB is protected. And any person no in detention and people ML arrest, they should go for the release of the person. So IPOB, the more lawyers now. So the only thing, all only IPOB member in one thing or the other, one thing led to the other, actually, you have to return back. Manobuka ni eji makani wezbo sabo actually batakwana. Because then we came again manon. Ndewo.
Exactly. Okay. I just joined not too long ago.
All these things, all not there. I go potassium. I will need my number forward all again. All on our the press statement.
I will try to look at to go through it. So why the rock? Just this set now should work hard. They should work hard, not underground. No more underground. They should work now. Anywhere two leaders in the Oku Biafra when the king at wire side this in the Wook Israel and Wook America. It has was in a demonstration abroad, sir. Who pay here demonstration abroad that if you pay because they need the Candia who was on the Ghana and the Mundia. Go on there and many state. I need to show them that we are alive, not underground.
Ndewo Mazi Dalurienne. Don't worry, there Ima. I am my work underground, more and live underground, and the leadership all this week Kaka made her point. So don't worry, the had the task and what had be done immediately. I believe that within 2 months he got be done no result. So which more I blame somebody having a catishimolo underground and me gwini in a shimolo underground. They won't watch in a Kenya malo gezi botem mandewo. Knowledge, Banachi, etego knowledge, are you there? I think knowledge is there. There is not there. Regina, Nyanyi, your closing remark, no, Yanako. Ndewo. Because he got 3 minutes na mo anos na imechi. Na arapo kita ti nwere ike ikwu okwu 1 hour, anọgo m here 4 hours, ọ dịrọkwa n'easy. O ukwu ka aja na.
Thank you need something. That is why they need him. As I am here now, I don't need anything from them. That is why they don't need me. So me, I don't need them too. Now, any person that is here
Achebe is fall out. They suspend him. Why did they stand to in that particular suspension? Why? This is number one. Number two, our leader's wife, hear you today, I'm on a TikTok, you were a very big fool. You're an idiot. I will not feel sorry for that because you are you are very useless. A normal self, without our leader, you are I'm a boogie hook up. What will the break? Because he is very, very stupid. Now, people that are attacking your husband become your friend. You want to tell me that your father enemy can be your friend? And you call us flying monkeys. People that want the father of your child, your son or your children to be alive, you call us flying monkeys. You're a very big fool by saying that. I don't have respect for you. I have respect for your husband because your husband is a man all of us should know. Normal. Even Muhammad Rebecca myself, all due to marriage. Marriage brings great. Without marriage, you are nobody. So I want to talk about the suspension on those. I never get suspended today because it was our leader's wife. What put a catch on away. Our leader natural in Kenya and Ethiopia.
Selo. Regina kwesịrị ịza Solomon na.
Yes, I'm chocolate low more 2, 3, 4, so that it can measure as okay. Even animal left him with him the other day. Now I'm there with a crush. On the TV. No, ya crush ya. Mlay at ya. Now, for our leader, and they be at the Madonacho. I don't know when people look at and get here about Putaka. Look to me, make a motor intelligent like you. Even sometimes they say, I is jealous to say, oh, my blood brother. I am very jealous that this man is not my blood brother. You know, saying no, imagine if is it a big deal? Oh, a big deal, only be one family. All the family had involved. That's what had a family somewhere, but a family does a bush. Family, I put up a our family business. Okay, no, Babu, Babu. I will put them on the book and the master Paul, you can fetch side because I had a she side that Papa Muyen so that Kawana, how would I present her to these criminals? Now we can borrow her. We use support us, we will not support us, as I will support you. And I want to so side can say, you look at Petty go decide how they share what I say, Loma. I catch here. When I IPOB got the normal, you want a beacon for Vocal for happy program. I can see a man.
Ngwanya malo gemma ezigbote nwa Chineke. Daalụ rienne. I think between Okafor and Freedom ko ebuzo bata. Okay, ngwa ga niru. Ndewo. Daalụ. ndewo onye achụ onye achụ aka afụ chansị wee chụọ onye ọzọ ha continue with their community primary school. Ndewo ezigbote nwa Chineke daalụ rie nne. Maazị Okafọ, over to you na anyị na-agbapụzi akwa nkwam ndewo.
Thank you, Mark. Na daru na agbaka mbọ. Kenesi mu n'ike. Kene IPOB na n'ụwa niile. Anyị echego for 4 years. 4 good years in captivity from the most useless leadership I have ever seen in my life. So I will be our nearby to the IPOB, not coordinators, because coordinators are money makers. So everybody would love to stay in his position. That's why they fight, but not the IPOBs. We have waited for this for 4 years. That's why we never fight them. We never fight them because we want to wait. Because we don't want to create more division. They have created among us. You fight for air from beginning of arresting of our leader. They fight right and left. From the beginning in every action, you are fighting a lawyer. And then you think that the man you call or Hamadi Kendan the Kano will ever allow somebody to choose a lawyer for him. You will know that he will never allow somebody to choose. And you will be doing this for how many years? Dividing us. And you are even thinking about, are you considering to drag with us? All the people you use at home is our brothers. So you cannot drag with us. We have been into it for many years too. We monitor the whole situation. So posting anything about against our leader is just useless. Very useless. So I wish the people, after the speech of the new US head, you will listen to people with wisdom. You will listen to people who knows exactly what our problem is. Not every time barking like a dog from somewhere in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, I don't know. They have been suffering this for 4 years.
Exactly.
So I thank you people. I thank Metusela. I thank our sister from Rogo. What is it? Yes. From France. We have been. I was doing meeting with her in Luxembourg. So our own will not be a problem to find a way to connect it, because what we have there is added criminal. The coordinator there, he goes around house to house of every woman
ndewo ezigbote nwa Chineke. One thing, all these people mkpọrọ onwe ha the former DOS members, ha ya na-ekene Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, thank you for not also sacking. Had he been na Maazị nyere ọda shi hunt wa ha dan, mgbe aka ha ga-eji ma that na Maazị abụrụ somebody eji wee kpọrọ egwu. Mgbe aka ha ga-eji ma na even that their wife ha che na ọ na-eto ha ride on odogwu m nwere ike igwo mma sugbu ha maka Maazị. Ha just na-ekene chi ha, not just sacking nkịtị expulsion ka enye ha. If not, but if for tell them my content, if I'm not mistaken, biko gaa n'iru nwa Chineke. Ndewo.
Onye nji maka ya gbagote ebe a bụ that our brother bụ Amsterdam, anụghara m Amsterdam, so click is ya invite. Like enwe one of the principal officers on for tata no njam of the guy can jere shop mụ na ya meet ya. So mụ na ya kene njụ ya ma so na ndị na-akparị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. The guy ese mụ ya nwa akwasị God forbid na yeso ọgba. Na-asị ya oke na mụnwa na-asịnị ka mmanụ because otu ihe si na-aga. Because ndị nke n'ebe a nọ n'isi bụ ha nwabụ ndị DOS ọtago join. So mụnwa dị worried. Mana ihe m na-achọ ịkọwata bụ ndị nke a emere point kịta a ga-ama otu a ga-esi wee mee so that ka anyị hapụkwa na ịcontinue ahapụ na inwe continuity with this group of saboteurs ịghọtara so that onwe otu ọbụla anyị bido ha amara otu a ga-esi ji nwayọọ wepụ ha because ọkwa na ndị anụnwa sabotage Maazị Nnamdi Kanu because of ihe ha na-enwete aka nọdịkwa ebe ahụ ịma na orukwe tumoro kwe onwekwe ihe mekwara na ịhụkwa ha join kwa ịmaghị ama ma ịghọtara ebe m na-aga because once ha nọ dị ihe anọ in layers just like some of the people nọ tata na-agbanwa mgba bụkwa ndị nke pụtara ihe bịara achọkwara ụkwụkwara na ndị nke anọ dị ịmagodi ya remnant so ka mgbara otu a ga-esi wee menwu filter all these ones out all this chaff ka ha pụọ ka ha bụkwa na ihu nchi abịakwa due to ha hụ nkịta na-edifitigo those ex-DOS ha nọdịzikwa within the ịma ihe awa people notice bụ people na anọ ebe ha filiri na onye ji igu ghọtago ka ewu
na-eso
something like that and some of these people ihe ha dị after bụ ego ahụ ịmago ụmụ ihe uru ihe ndị a ha na-ada enweta mago things ha na-ada enweta from the struggle anọkata ego atụ ego amaghị ebe things si na-aga so ọ ya nwa bụ the thing a ga-eme ada another thing gwa m nwa na-echekwe bụ ka amara otu a ga-esi na ihe gbasatara Jews a na-ada atụ ka amara otu a ga-esi control onye ọfụma so that na people hapụzi ya na ịbụ onye nọkọtara ịmaga ọ na-akpọrọ people na ego enwe no accountability ọ na-agha enwezi akaụntụ people nwere ike ịdị na-emezi dia transfer directly onye nwere ike because ihe ego n'aka amụwa amaghị otu the leadership ya eshi ha nụrụ ya because some people ị ga-ahụkwa ọnwụ that eme ha ya in a way ha anọghị in a position of money ị ga-ahụ many of them their drop of their own mgbe ahụ ịmarụzi ya ndị dị genuine ndị adịghị genuine because oge ahụ ihe a na-eme ama m oge ugboro ole ha bịa asị na enwe na a ga-eme Eastern Security fundraising na ndị Amsterdam kedere iweta ego eji efid ESN ịmago people na-agada due to achọrọ ka ihe na-aga aga ego niile ahụ enweghị onye nwa otu si so ọ ya nwabụdete ọ na-enwe otu leadership eji strict ịmago ego na-aba amara otu o si eche
icheke fụ na this week ka emeghe inaugurate so ha ga-anọ na ha ya enwegodo meeting a ga-enwe meeting n'ime onwe ha nwekwa meeting nwekwasa meeting wee restructure things before ha ga-ebido extend ha because ịma as a new group of leadership ya enwelili something ha ya aghọtagodo onwe ha before ọ dịrị isi but na-aga exactly
so ya nwa because ile n'anya even the coordinator ya nwa na control the national ịgwa gị eziokwu because ọ ya nwa tinyere ya ebe a national enweghị ọnụ
that zonal coordinator nọ ndị Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kọ ọ na-ezuzu ezuzu
ọ na-ezuzu ọ na ya mma gwana gị ndị a bụ ha niile ahụ all of them ma national ha ma zonal ha all of them
udodi ihe ga-eme bụ onunwa n'ọdị enwe awa broda kwuru okwu ị ga-atara ya connect enya then unu ebido meeting then kunu bidie akwụkwọ ya abịa because eye enwelili ndị ya nọ ndị Maazị ebe achọ itake those people to court then afụ person there first nkwuchiri ike before e ga-take action because mmadụ ya nọlili there. So that's why ndị achọ any country now we need to because i recover akwụkwọ eye enwe n'anya ya hand ya to ma napụ ndị isi akwụkwọ hand ya to their boy onye bụ na ihe ka na ihe niile ka nọkwa na akpa mkpi so all something I take ndewo.
Continue with your good work and congratulations to your appointment.
Ndewo.
Ndewo Maazị Daalụ.
Ndalụ rienne I appreciate ndewo. Ugbu a kịta bụkwa onye na-ekwu n'ọkụ with Maazị ọ na-ewepụta onwe ya onye ọbụla we need to go to work, we must make IPOB great again. Ịnọlụ with Maazị, you must come forward at this point. Ọ bụrụ ndị ọzọ tacha afọ bịa sị I dey wait make I see how they go take it down. I no want just to join immediately. Nna olukwa mgbe ahụ nwe no ji treat gị si na na-treat gị ọbụrụ ndị ọzọ tacha afọ ịbịa claim on is join na ụfọdụ na-achị gị na no be ole Maazị start IPOB ịjụọ ha na kedu ebe ha nọ mgbe Maazị na-ata afọ ha na-anya isi bilibili ka ebili. Nwada ndewo rienne ka anyị gato ọ dị ka mụ na Bright University emechi this program. Izu Chukwu biko nye anyị onu. Ndewo.
Mụ na gụnọ bụ na Facebook mana amechiziri m shop m so ntizie fon na akpa maka eze ka njọ gị na TikTok.
Okay.
Ya.
Ndewo.
Please gaji we ihe na ebe a foto ebe a.
Okay.
Ya.
Ndewo, o nwere something ị ga-agwa anyị maka the issue, the appointment of the new DOS?
Yeah, I was thinking of welcome development. I love it. Get up. Get up. Be room man. It must some of the name the heading up when you want to
Exactly.
belong to IPOB. Today, I can open a map on Wimble Speaker. The television I was going to be one. My son for looking down on us and they are looking down. The time of war, the time of healing, now as of Radio Biafra and you has a hackage. Where, like, all the people or something about like the water. We will be also carry this on me to the Ramadia.
Exactly.
6 good years, really give me that chief. This is good years. 6 good years. What are you? Apart from underground work, what is an underground work? I have a rifle. I'm not one of the other things I don't get a little line, seaport or airport. Since how many years now? Women will come flying, I think it is called getting a mom capper. Can I go to years and I do it? A woman by a flyer, airport or afro, seaport, one guy for Martin, away all. Can you what I get? He was a people sitting in the kitchen, he was like they say how to get you want all designer or what the design over go honorably. We have to make it, we don't say physical poor. You want all design over go, design over go. So,
Ndewo nwa Chineke. ndewo nwa Chineke daalụ. Ndewo. Ndewo. Nyamalụ gị mma. Ndewo. University of Biafra ọ gatugo gị ka ndewo nwa Chineke biko nye anyị your closing remark ka anyị mechizie na we have done justice for today, so can I prepare for tomorrow?
Yes, you did very good, Mark. I appreciate you. You are a very, very strong man and very clever. I like you for your cleverness, and I hope that
Mirabel Mba, Mazi gaa n'iru. Go ahead.
so your talent is really helping us in carrying the awareness.
Mirabel Mba, afam na TikTok o Mazi Map. Just gaa na TikTok type o Mazi Map ya afụ m there.
What happened?
Ọkụghọta.
So this is the main thing.
Mazi Map.
Is making leadership steps to ensure that their friends are focused on the reason why we came here. We didn't come here because we just like to gather. We came here because we have a problem that need to be solved. We want to achieve Biafra. We want to have our country. That's the reason why we came here, and that's the reason why we are doing ensuring unity inside the struggle so that we can stay focused. I want to thank our newly elected sacred leaders from OND, and I appreciate them, I congratulate them. I want them to work hard, to look absolutely inwardly, and know what is required of Biafrans. I believe that these people know the history of the Biafran struggle up to the point that OND was kidnapped. So they know that they know what Biafrans are asking for and what is required of us. So we should focus on the solution rather than fighting back. Or leadership should not be the one doing the bad. Biafran people are they will be doing that. So you have every reason not to fail, and you have every reason to stay focused. You have every reason to reach out to any Biafran as you can. You have nothing to worry about. We are standing behind you, and I believe that every Biafran groups are standing behind you. They appreciate the decisions of Mazinam Buchanan. And more, when you have a position, you have a responsibility. It is that responsibility that the people look up to judge whether you were a good leader or a bad one. If you don't do exactly what is required of you, it is possible that people will still do the same thing as to those who were here. So I appreciate you. You are great people. It will carry out my bless you with wisdom, knowledge, with wisdom to bring unity to our struggle, to bring sanity to our struggle, to support our struggle, support our projects. Let's get the job done. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Thank you, Amechukwu Kabiama. Bless you also for your wisdom, because you have it. Thank you, and your strength. More strength and wisdom to you. Thank you, Mazi. I appreciate you. And I appreciate all Biafrans who, in one way or the other, contributing for the freedom of the restoration of Biafra and the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I appreciate every one of you. And I say, Mechukwu Kabiama, continue to bless all of you. I also appreciate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for the sacrifice, regardless of the attack coming from all angles, including his wife. How can a woman be so beautiful without sense, common sense, and all one easy? I have said it. Any person that they call Uche, they know they get sense. They know they get sense. Only open up Uche na le Uche. Honestly, it's so painful. All the very shameful nigga, one he actually stand with dear Onezuzu because of how much did they give you. Pray not to marry a lazy woman. Oh. Don't marry a liability in the name of Shiyelo. No be by speaking English like a Fulani Hausa man in London. Oh. Now to know whether she has the knowledge to tackle and handle issue on your behalf. Before somebody you will marry an ewu that will carry your children go and meet your enemy because of cup of garri. End of the day, you deny idea can't. Because anyone who cannot stand beside her husband can open leg like a mad dog. Honestly, Oh, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, thank God that you have brothers that are capable. So on this note, I say may Chukwu Okike Abịama onye pụrụ ime ihe niile guide and protect every one of us. Asadimma nwanyị ọma, I salute you. Sister Chizzy, I salute you all. May God bless you all for your wonderful support. Your contribution will never be in vain. We all will reap the fruit of our labor. We will never labor in vain, and we will not die untimely. We will grow old to see our great grandchildren. He say, Nyamala Inema, I salute you all. May God bless you all. Ndewo. Anyamange bezina, jisike na gadere gimma. Ahe na kowade, iye dela bega nana. Uwe kwense bukaye, ewo onye ndidi mmeli. Ibu wa nke na-akpọ onye